and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission hearing being held virtually on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. This afternoon and evening, we have several postponements. The first one is Stephen C. Friedheim at 1 Smith Road for a final site plan and special permit. We have, where's that one that
Number 8.
postponed? Number 8.
Madam Chair. Yep.
Number 8. So Wendy Greenbaum
Yes.
at 17 and 23 Smith Road, and also Greenwich American Inc. for a final site plan and special permit at 1 American Lane. We have no absent persons this afternoon and no other announcements. So with that, we'll begin with the first item in the regular agenda, which is the Greenwich Board of Selectmen for a municipal improvement to extend an existing lease agreement. And this is where we wait to see if anybody from the town came.
Miss Bush
It's
is here.
Kate.
Yes.
Hello, Kate.
Hello. Hello.
Wait, before you go any farther, have you met all of us yet?
I've only met you and Patrick.
Okay, so you're not going to remember it, all of us, but just to introduce you, Dennis Yeski. Kate is the new town administrator who replaced Ben.
Oh, wow.
Mary Jenkins,
Hi.
Peter Lowe, Nick McRae, Ann Noel Jones, and Arn Wells. And you haven't met Tracy Kolakowski yet, who is Pat's better half, except for Allison, his wife, who is also his better half.
I would say my second in command, but not my better half.
I'm not taking Allison.
That's too much of a promotion, Tracy. Sorry.
So before you start on this, you know that the commission's been grumpy about this building ever since it first went in.
I've heard.
Okay, so just in case anybody gets grumpy, it's nothing personal, but I think we discussed it enough yesterday. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, well, the application before you is to approve the second extension of the lease with the Boys and Girls Club for a period that will end March 31st. I'm sorry, May 31st, 2025. Actually, there's conflicting dates, but the Board of Selectmen approved that at their December 12th meeting.
Yeah.
And we would ask that you approve it as well. And since you are grumpy about the building, let me tell you that the capital improvement plan that will be before the BET and the RTM does include money to demolish the building.
Great.
But that cannot happen until July because there would not be funding in place right now.
We had one question for you yesterday. A couple of us drove by, looked at the status of the building right now, and we weren't clear it was going to be ready to move, that they were going to be ready to move out, once all of these have expired and we can't do another renewal. Are we working on what we would do to extend their time if it becomes necessary?
We have not discussed that.
Okay. I mean, just looking at it, it looks like the building is farther away. Hello, Miss Victoria.
Okay, I will, I'll make a note to talk to Jim Michael about that.
Well, actually,
this is sorry, Kate. This is about the Boys and Girls Club building. The reason why they're leasing it is because they don't have space in their current construction.
Right.
So they're using it because they can't use their current building, but looking at it this weekend, we all thought that they might not be that close. Go ahead, Ms. Victoria. I think you want to add.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and to the Commission. I also have, if you would allow him, if you would like to ask any questions, Dimitri Safaridis from AP Construction, who is in charge of our building, is on, and I just wanted to make him available should you have any questions about the building. But I do want to say that we have every intention of moving out of this one horse neck where we're in right now and have been privileged to have for the last, I think, almost 18 months at this point. And we do plan to be out. on May 31st. And Dimitri can give you a little more insight into what our plan
Okay.
is. But right now, this One Horse Neck location only houses our administrative offices. So it's really people who could potentially work from home for a short period of time should they need to, whereas our programs are at different places throughout the town. So that would be a different story if that's what we were talking about. But Dimitri, if you wanted to add to that.
Mr. Seferides, if you would go ahead.
Yes. So the project works on two different timelines. There's the existing building and the new addition. The new addition is probably a little bit further behind than that May turnover date, but there's still conversations that we're trying to finalize, mainly with the building department, to look at TCOing portions of the building, if that's possible. The other option would have been, because that section of the building where the administrative offices are would be complete middle of May right now is what our schedule projects. So we will be able to move a lot of the belongings that exist within that facility into our space into the completed areas, just not allowing personnel. And to what Christina was mentioning before, the personnel will work from home. It was just really the belongings that would need to be transferred.
Okay, thank you. Much as we don't think that temporary building that we own, that the town owns, should continue, we also very much appreciate the services that Boys and Girls Club renders to the town, and we would like to be supportive of you and your needs. Our strategy around this building is different about the building you're occupying, but we do want to be supportive of you. At least the commission does. I'm hoping the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator share that. So just let us know, because the services you render are very valuable.
Thank you.
Does anybody on the commission have any other questions?
Nope.
No other questions. Might we get a motion from Mr. Secretary?
Okay.
That would be Nick, Kate, and Nick is third generation Byram? Third, Nick?
Yeah, yes, third. So, okay, municipal
And a
improvement.
musician
Oh, don't say that too loud.
who's going to star in Dennis's upcoming TV show.
Talk to my agent first, please.
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay,
Sorry.
municipal improvement lease extension, One Horse Neck Lane, PLPZ 2022-198. Whereas the applicant is seeking to exercise an option to renew the lease for a second 4-month period. The concurrent 4-month period renewal was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their September 17th, 2024 meeting. The commission finds that the original lease had a start date of September 1, 22. The Board of Selectmen voted to approve the request for lease renewal at their 12/12/24 meeting. As indicated in the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, the proposal is consistent with guiding principles 6.2 and 6.4a. Therefore, motion to grant lease extension, noting the following. As requested, the lease extension shall be extended to May 31st of 2025.
4 months.
Yep. And the commission shall review any lease extensions prior to presentation to the Board of Selectmen. Per the original site plan approval, prior to September 30, 2024, the applicant shall apply for funding for the demolition of the buildings and reclaiming the site. Further, the applicant shall provide the commission with a comprehensive study of potential uses for the existing site building. Per the town administrator, it was confirmed that funding for demolition was being added to the upcoming budget, and the applicant shall provide the remainder of the requested information prior to the expiration of the extended lease.
Before I ask for a second, Patrick, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, Mr. Macker, I don't know if I heard you correctly. The Board of Selectmen has to refer the MI to us first. So
Yes, they did. Yep.
I would
We
say,
don't see it before it goes to the board. It sounded like you were saying.
it sounded like you said before, so I just want to make sure that it's Board of Selectmen. You intended to say Board of Selectmen than us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Wealth.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Good luck,
Thank you.
Ms. Vittoria and Mr. Seferides.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck. And
We'll
thank
be
you,
back.
Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming, and once again, welcome.
Thank you.
And so we'll go to our next item. Let me just work. Okay, we got it. Our next item is the Bridgeport Roman Catholic Diocese Incorporation at 35 Parsonage Road in the RA1 zone. This is a subdivision which will subdivide 51.375 acres into two parcels. One is equal to 1 acre and the other one is equal to 50.3750. Mr. Haslam, if you would go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the commission. I have with me tonight, this afternoon, Len DeAndrea, who's the engineer in this project, Dean Gestall, who's the executive director of Catholic Cemeteries, and Joe McCurdy, who's the director of operations, if you have any questions.
Okay.
But even though we haven't presented to you before this evening, we've been to 2 of your briefings. And back in the December briefing, we became aware that the DPW had some issues with regard to a drainage line. And there's a sewer line too, but of course the property that is going to be split off, the 1 acre property. Thankfully, you've indicated, you did at that briefing and then again yesterday, that these issues can be delayed until the development of the first, or the new lot, parcel A. And so we are grateful for that, because we're going to run up against a time deadline if we didn't close tonight. So thank you. And I've been working with Laura McGeechee in the law department on the language for the relevant easements. And I think we're in a good spot there. We can finalize those as part of the condition of any approval. Other than that, it's a fairly straightforward 1-lot subdivision. And I think your issues were there was some concern, I think, raised by Mr. Wells in particular, that we wouldn't be burdening the new lot owner, who's not the caretaker, it's a third party, but of the 1920s farmhouse, with the obligations to maintain that drainage line and the sewer line and the culvert. So the language in the documents, which Laura and I are working on, basically make clear that the applicant will be responsible for the maintenance of those lines.
Yeah.
So
Just to interrupt you quickly, word on the street was that it was not the caretaker, and I was really surprised when that was represented to us. It is a third party who is buying that property from the diocese.
That's correct. Yep.
And that
Yep.
party may be coming to us with an application.
Quite possibly, or I mean, they're living in the house right now, as I understand
Okay.
it, and seem to like
All
it
right.
enough to want to buy it. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okey doke. Okay. Anything else?
Not for me, unless there are any questions of the commission.
We had the one question we discussed yesterday was that notes on the Mylar would be the best path for this, so that everybody remembers down the road what they need to do on development, because this is the kind of thing that gets lost if it's just in a decision letter and then ownership changes. So I believe, Nick, you have the language.
Mhm.
Okay, and that way it would ensure, it would address all the concerns that DPW raised, as well as some of the questions Mr. Wells had yesterday, and that's satisfactory to you.
Yes, I haven't seen the language yet, but if you could.
Okay.
Right.
All right, well,
Essentially, as I understand it, it's that if and when parcel
Exactly.
A is developed, and actually Juan did clarify for that for me too, what development meant. It's not just an interior renovation, it would be an
Right.
exterior development that would require site plan approval. And we would obviously agree to the terms of that proviso.
okay, all righty. Any other questions from the commission or comments? Okay, then shall we close this application and make a decision? Does anybody, oh, let me take public comment, which I forgot the first time. Does anybody from the public have comment? Ms. Larkin. Glad I remembered. And anybody else who wants to comment on the application of the diocese for the subdivision? Would you kindly raise your hand? Ms. Larkin, if you would go ahead.
Hi, so I'm here for a couple of things related to Historic District Commission, but this one also, it's unclear from the application materials that I saw on the website. Is this that house that's on the corner as you come up towards? Okay, so just curious, if this, when you're talking about development, you will be applying for, possibly for a demolition of the house?
Well,
and-
we don't know that. Right now, there's no development proposal in the works. And with a subdivision, we would not be able to say anything like, keep the historic value or anything like that. So on development, they would have to adjust some things. And if they were, depending on what they were going to do with the development, they might be before us or not. But it might not come before us, the development.
So that would just be my question, because, we would be interested in, talking to them about options for preserving the original structure, if they were to want to reach out to the Historic District Commission to get some ideas for how they might preserve some or all of the building, as opposed to just a strict demolition. So it does sound like they have some interest in the house, but I just wanted to mention that here
I
before.
think at the time, if they apply for a demolition permit, you would have to contact the owner and say the HDC would love to work with you, because we would not see the demolition permit.
Right, so by then, I guess, all right, by then the decision is usually made. It's,
Yeah, but we can't act on anything involved with the structure on a subdivision.
okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this application? No. All right. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? This application is hereby closed. Mr. Secretary, might we have a motion?
Yeah, give me a second. Okay, this is 35 Parsonage Road, application PLPZ 2024-386, final subdivision. Applicant seeking to subdivide 51.37 acres parcel, creating a 1 acre parcel where an existing 2-story single-family residence attached garage resides. The remaining 50.375 acres would remain as a cemetery. Commission finds that the conservation issued comments dated 10/22/24 indicating no objection to the proposal. Zoning issued a memo dated 11/21/24 indicating no comments. Engineering issued comments on 12/14/25 indicating resubmittal prior to final subdivision. Sewer issued comments on 10/24 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledgement receipt of their P&Z comments. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 9/24/24 indicating no action required. As required by section 6266 of the subdivision regulations, the applicant submitted an environmental assessment dated 10/24/24, and per the Director of Environmental Affairs memo dated 10/29/24, a subdivision of a single 1 acre lot does not need environmental assessment review by the Conservation Commission. Therefore, motion to approve the following with the following comments. Per the sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted a signed acknowledgement letter dated 10/28/24. The applicant should prepare a record sheet in form suitable for the chairwoman of the Planning and Zoning Commission to sign and file the Greenwich land records. The drainage and sewer easement agreement and corresponding subdivision map shall be submitted for review and approval to both planning and zoning staff and law department prior to being recorded with the Greenwich land records. Per DPW comments, the following notes shall be added to the record recorded map. The stone culvert services the cemetery, parcel B, and an upstream parcel located at 11 Sparrow Lane exclusively and no connection to the town. Into the stone culvert exists. The stone culvert is considered a privately owned and maintained structure. Prior to any redevelopment to parcel A, the following is required. The private culvert must be studied for its structural integrity. Typical inspections of stone masonry culverts are done under bridge inspection reports as they have decks supported by walls. The private culvert must be evaluated for its capacity, structural integrity, and implementation of the recommendations, if any, must be done prior to the zoning permit approval. A site distance study and implementation of same for a compliant driveway. Future development of parcel A requires full compliance with the town's drainage design manual. As amended, parcel A needs a new operations and maintenance agreement, including the stone culvert for possible replacement to be undertaken by the owner of parcel B per the drainage and sewer easement agreement. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or environmental issues.
Tracy Patrick, how's that wording? Do you think it meets all what we're trying to accomplish? Patrick?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was not listening to Mr.
Okay.
Thackeray's motion.
Actually, that the language that I just actually
Is in
laid
an
out,
email.
yeah,
Was
was
that the
actually
same
worked out with.
language that was emailed
Yeah,
before?
if the proposed language that the law department and staff had put together is in there, we're happy with it.
Totally good.
That's
Okey
it,
dokey.
yes.
So just double checking. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has second. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Haslam.
Thank you.
Mr. Basili, are you good? Happy New Year. Mr. Basili, is all good with you? Okay, well, I hope he comes back in time for the next application and that he can hear us. Okay, our next application, number 4, is Frank Ginsburg, 2012 Family Trust for final subdivision.
Number 3, Madam Chair.
Oh, number 3, sorry. Number 3, Pablo J. Cagnoni and Leslie B. Hathaway TRS for a final subdivision to consolidate 2 parcels into one proposed 7.49 acre lot for properties located at 0 and 155 Taconic Road. Hello, Ms. Orsi, if you would go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. If you wouldn't mind promoting Gigi Ma, who should also be in attendance at from SE Minor.
All right, Ms. Ma, if you would kindly raise your hand.
Should be promoted.
All right.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okie doke. If you all would go ahead then.
Thank you. Good evening, Rachel Orsi from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant at 155 and 0 Taconic Road. I am joined by Gigi Ma, CEO from SE Minor. We are here tonight to seek lot consolidation of 2 adjoining properties located at 0 and 155 Taconic Road into a single parcel. The first recorded map of these properties is from 2009. Historically, these properties were part of a larger lot before being divided in 1969. Just please keep in mind, all other maps shown tonight are provided as a courtesy from the SE Minor private record archives to give context into the history of these lots. Pat, you're ahead of the game. I was going to ask if you can bring up the presentation materials, so thank you for that.
Pat, love it.
And I'm going to turn it over to Gigi Ma to give an overview.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. To provide an overview, Gigi Ma at SE Minor, both properties are located along the west side of Taconic Road. You can see both highlighted on our GIS map. The front lot is 155 Taconic, and the rear lot, which is the rear flag lot, lies directly behind it, and that's the 0 Taconic Road property. As Rachel mentioned, both properties were previously part of a larger parcel, and we did extensive research to find the history of these 2 lots, primarily through our private archives, and I think it'll be helpful in terms of understanding this project for everyone here as well. We're actually really excited about this project because while we've done a lot of lot consolidations historically, this is a project that provides an opportunity for us to rejoin 2 properties and in the same, and in the same vein, resolve the lot size nonconformity that the original lot split created. So you'll note the lot in the rear is 3.5 acres in an RA4. Additionally, the zoning area is only 2 and change acres. So if you take out the access way, it doesn't even meet 3 acres. So by joining this lot, we would resolve that nonconformity. We're also resolving, by this lot consolidation, other existing nonconformities on property, and we're creating 0 new nonconformities. As an added bonus, from a land use perspective, because of the lot consolidation, we're actually increasing the sheer amount of required green space for by over 1 acre as a result of the newly combined parcel, as it will not have an access way. So all that developed access way will go away, and 84% of it, as per zoning regulations, will go back to green space. Another important note just for us to share is that our client for this project, we have really enjoyed working with them. She's a horticultural aficionado, and she and her husband, we love working with them. They've been, just in how we've worked with them, they've been extremely thoughtful and prudent in all of their thoughts and approach in in every one of our interactions. So I want to leave you with that and turn it over to Rachel to talk about the research we did that might be insightful, that should be insightful, and then more detail on the nonconformities we're resolving, as well as some of the other benefits.
Thank you, Gigi. Pat, if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you very much. Through our research, we found these two properties were once part of a larger parcel, once owned by Priscilla Schneller, along with the adjacent properties. This map is from 1928. It was actually signed by SC Minor himself.
And it was never recorded. These lots have not been recorded.
These are all from our private archives. Yeah.
Yeah, but so is there not anything in the town records?
We do have, there are 2 maps recorded in the town records, and those will be in the next 2 or 3 slides.
Great,
And
okay.
they're from 2009.
So after Priscilla sold off the central chunk, the Frederick Ecker purchased the property and then split it again. Again, this map is from the SC Minor archives. The 2 properties involved in this application are shown as Tract 1 and Tract 2. Tract 1 is today's 155 Taconic, and tract number 2 is today's 0 Taconic. And this map is from 1969. These 2 properties, Tract 1 and 2, were then sold to husband and wife, respectively, to Patricia and Donald Wyson. We thought it was kind of cute that husband and wife bought neighboring properties. But anyway, to the next slide, Pat. Thank you very much. This depicts in 1988, the Wysons actually relocated the original Tract 2 accessway from the north side to the south side of the property via an equal area exchange, which is noted in the deeds of about 0.2 acres, which is the access, and that swap is actually what is today's configuration. So the next map will depict these are the 2 maps recorded on the land records. They are the only maps found for these properties. So the map on the left, number 8427, depicts 0 Taconic, which is the rear lot deficient in lot size. And the map on the right, 8428, depicts the front lot of 155 Taconic. Lot 0 was actually never developed on, so it has been a vacant lot, but the configuration that you see here is how it is described in our client's deeds, and as well as is how it's described, or how it's shown here. So on the next slide, you can see the current survey performed within the last year. This is a topographic survey of the 2 properties combined. There is the property line still splitting the 2. And then the next slide is the proposed consolidation map with some additional information. Briefly, I'd just like to talk about the improvements that we're making, or that would be made via the lot consolidation. The first of which is we would resolve the existing nonconformity of the rear lot, which is completely undersized with a zoning lot area of just over 2 acres in RA4. Additionally, we would be maintaining 2 nonconformities on 155 Taconic, which is the current main residence located within the front yard setback. And then the pool and pool pad, or located within the accessory structure, that would also be maintained with the consolidation. But we would be resolving existing nonconformity via the tennis court, which is currently within the accessory rear yard setback, but that would no longer be an issue as the property line cutting the two properties would be non-existent once the lots are consolidated.
Okay.
This graphic we wanted to, Gigi, I don't know if you wanted to speak back to, as you were mentioning in regard to the green area of how we would be.
This was very exciting for us when we figured this, when we saw this in our analysis. Basically, the whole access way, which is 1.39 acres, goes back into being, counted, and therefore 84% of the 1.39 acre access way has to go back to green space. So we are recouping over an acre, so 1.14 acres in green space. It's just something exciting we thought was an added bonus to what we're doing here.
Could you go back to the 2009 one again? The previous, yeah. No, the ones that are filed in the town records. Okay, so this was because of a proposed development?
No, we believe that they filed the maps after they completed the access area or the access swap. I think when they were trying to clean up the title or the deed, they filed the map so that way they had something officially filed on the land records that matched their deeds. So these are the only maps filed on the land records of the two lots being separate.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
We'd just like to note we've additionally received approval from DPW Engineering, from the Health Department, Wetlands, as well as the zoning officer. And regarding the conservation comments, given that the property has a substantial amount of grassy area, actually, Pat, I think thank you, the next slide, you can see here it's already technically disturbed from a conservation standpoint. We're proposing to let the requirements of each town hall department, the permitting department stand, such as zoning, inland wetlands, health, DPW, and building. Any future project would require their sign off either way. And as you know, Greenwich has one of the most rigorous stormwater manual regulation requirements, and specifically in regard to water quality for any new services. I believe that's the last slide. And with that, in conclusion, the proposed consolidation of 0 and 155 Taconic Road would result in a single 7.49 acre parcel that would resolve an existing lot size nonconformity. It would further enhance the overall compliance of the property and also resolves and maintains other nonconformities. And it would add over 1 acre of green space requirement. And as such, we respectfully request the commission to recognize the consolidation as neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision as per the regulations, and for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. DPW made a comment that I'm not sure I understand. They say it is not immediately evident how parcel 608R will have access to Lake Avenue. A proposed access easement appears to end at.
That's another application.
We're at Taconic Road.
Oh, we're at Taconic. No wonder. This is because I flipped to Taconic and I'm like, that can't be right. Okay, sorry guys.
We're not familiar with that comment either.
Yeah, no wonder I glanced down at it. Okay,
And
I'm back in the real world.
We'll get to it later.
Okay, good, because now we've asked the question. All right. Could you address then the conservation comments? Hold on.
We've had, can we address them? I'd say we've had conversations with the conservation department. We understand that they are developed and disturbed areas. This lot does have majority of grassy areas, and with the addition of the accessway area included in the total, what would be the total lot area of this consolidation, there would be over 6 acres of green space required on this property. So we find that the current regulations via wetlands, zoning building would be sufficient in regard to making sure the site is protected, as well as any future development would have to get the appropriate sign-offs and have to go through wetland sign-off as well.
So what we were thinking yesterday is that a note should be added when you file on the map that addresses this. Conservation suggests any future development should remain within existing disturbed or developed areas, and special care should be taken to preserve existing trees and native vegetation. That some kind of note should go in for the future into the Mylar regarding this. Patrick, do you have another suggestion on how to do that? Anything else?
I think notations and references to file documents are usually the best way to track it in perpetuity. So if that's what the commission wants, that would be an acceptable path.
I think I could probably add some notes to that if we do some kind of a motion on this.
Okay, and then what about, so you would add that language, Nick, if you made a motion, and the septic easement over 159 Taconic.
Same.
Same thing. So they would continue to access, and that note would also be on the Mylar. Is that satisfactory to SE Minor?
So, Chairwoman, I mean, for us, the language that was suggested, we think is a little overarching in terms of the developability of the land, and ultimately may not be a concern of the current owner, but if it trades hands, it obviously would impact the value of the property. We thought perhaps something a little more nuanced would work. May we suggest something? Because we also know that the client is thoughtful and is very focused on the horticultural of the property. So because of the concern about the water, being in the watershed area, perhaps we could put in a note that the property is designated within the drinking watershed, and as such, future development should meet or exceed the Town of Greenwich stormwater drainage manual, specifically relating to water quality.
But the issue with that is that we don't necessarily have, Patrick, Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, but do we have 100% authority on the drinking water shed?
No, but the water company would have some.
See, so it isn't the drainage manual per se, it is actually a broader authority.
Right.
Within the state, and it would go to deep as well, is what I'm struggling to remember how it works.
Yeah, but doesn't the drainage which is produced on the site, isn't that addressed by the water quality standards in our own drainage manual? Even before it gets down, before it even gets into the drinking water on the site.
I'm thinking out loud here, but I think not necessarily. If, for example, DEEP changed the standards and DEEP took a greater role or something like that, our drainage manual might not address them. And let me give you an example. We are currently working, and this is, Arn, this is very relevant to your work. We are currently working on something suggested to us by the region to do riparian setbacks and to further protect. Now, one of the things you address is fertilizers and chemicals. The drainage manual doesn't address that. It says filtration. It talks about stormwater. It talks about cleaning the stormwater, but it isn't specific to contaminants. Mm-hmm. So I would say, especially since your client is interested in the environment, that this is really not overarching, in the sense that we're looking for protection of the potable water. And Arn, go ahead, you're nodding and you've been doing all the work on this.
Yeah, there's also something else. I mean, maybe we could have something that says, any future development will need to comply both with town and state public watershed protections. Because, I mean, we've got that, and certainly the state does it well, and we may improve it over time, but we just put a placeholder there protecting public water.
So the
watershed.
drainage manual and any other overriding public watershed protections.
Public watershed. It's 3 words, public watershed.
Yeah, because what you're getting to is there's a very great issue that's been going on for years, which is the enormous contamination from fertilizing and all that. And drainage doesn't address that. So it's, you know, this is, I don't know if you drink tap water, but I do. So Patrick, did you want to add something?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's the Department of Public Health that reviews the watershed regulations, and so I think what I'm hearing is we should acknowledge that it is in the watershed and that the state, whatever the state authorities' quality requirements are, need to be met in addition to our local regulations, right? Is that not what I'm understanding? I mean, is that?
What we're trying to create is, it isn't just the drainage manual.
Right.
It is deep on contamination, public health on drinking water. It's
Right.
both. So you're right, because I was thinking deep just does contamination, but then you have the health department doing drinking water, and that we need to leave it open for any, here comes our attorney. Not an attorney, sorry.
Well, no, I am. I'm just not the town's attorney. Things that are under the jurisdiction of other agencies, particularly state agencies, are not items that we can condition.
Right.
So-
That's what I was essentially
So,
saying.
yeah, basically, in English, we need to stay in our lane. And
But wouldn't you say, can't you say on the
we-
Mylar, it's not a condition of the decision, the Mylar says this lot, no,
I mean, that lot would, regardless of whether it's on, if any Mylar is filed or not.
oh, it's gotta get filed, because I hate
Well,
when we
even,
don't
but
have the
let's just
lots.
say a Mylar doesn't get filed, just
Yeah.
crazy happens. It doesn't matter whether it's on the Mylar or not. They're going to need to meet those standards of those that is set by those agencies, not us.
So on development, you are forced to comply with state law.
Yes.
Therefore, you don't have to make the note. Then
And
is
it's
that
not our jurisdiction really to make that note.
now, so going back to Ms. Ma's suggestion,
Yeah, anything related to the drainage manual, sure, you can put that on the Mylar. That's a
Okay.
town.
all right,
But
so then,
Tracy, don't some Connecticut towns have separate regulations protecting public
Yes.
watersheds?
Yes, but
I'm
those-
seeing that in,
Yeah.
the
They
materials.
may, but we don't.
Yes, but
I
So-
know we don't, but we may in the future. So why would we want to foreclose that opportunity?
we've drafted it, in other words, remember?
So, Mr. Wells, those regulations are in addition to, they are the same regulations that the state has, and they may be enhanced as
Exactly.
by a town. So we don't have those in existence now. So what what I'm trying to say.
Right, so we're not,
the-
not putting it on the Mylar doesn't foreclose
um,
in compliance
Okay.
with those
Yeah.
regulations.
Wait, okay, so actually, let's go back a step. The stuff that Arne is working on, 41 states have the law, Connecticut does not. And we've been asked by the region to look at adding this municipally because the states don't have the protections in place.
Well, I'm not
So-
sure, Madam Chair, that drinking water protections don't exist in every state. But I think we're talking about riparian and water quality issues around water courses, and I think they're similar, but they're not the same law. What conservation is talking about and what exists here is there is a specific protection for work and items going on in the upland of the
Right,
public
in
watershed.
their regulated jurisdiction.
Right.
Also,
So-
conservation noted that the grassy areas is included in the disturbed areas. And if you look at this property, that would be defined as mostly disturbed. If you look at the lawn area across this property, it's already fully, disturbed. And they're looking for development in that area.
Right, but any development in the upland review area is
So-
automatically going to wetlands for an approval.
100%, 100%.
And
Regardless-
then
regardless of
wetlands does
Mylar.
have a wetlands has a different setback if it's a property or if it's within the public water drinking watershed. Typically it's 100, but it's increased to 150. So they always have added protections in regard to that.
So the question then is when conservation, I got one more question here. Conservation suggests any future development should remain within the existing disturbed or developed areas. That is what you all don't want in there, and which we would not want to be concerned about because whatever is proposed would have to comply with the existing laws at that time anyway. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Somehow I'm uncomfortable, but
Well, Madam Chair, I mean, the commission under a subdivision action can make conditions to protect resources, right? But that would have to be a subdivision action, right? To find it not to be a subdivision would mean that this is not anything that needs to be, that it doesn't comply or doesn't need to be adjudicated under the subdivision regulations, and it is just a merger or a reorganization of lot lines, or this, in this case,
but we could still ask that the Mylar include notes,
right. And
even if we find it's not a subdivision. So,
and I'm not saying that we can't acknowledge existing regulations that would apply. I'm just saying to increase the importance or limit the development, it would have to be, we'd have to make a different finding other than saying you're near the watershed alone, you know, or that the fact that the Watershed Protection Act exists. How do we, there's one thing noting it, and there's another thing is putting permanent controls over the development of the lot going forward. And I'm not sure which way you're talking about it, but it's just one's a more enhanced discussion. That's all.
yeah, I just looking at the location of the rear lot. I'd liked some language that's belt and suspenders, but I can't figure out how you would word it, except what Ms. Ma has suggested, that it be in compliance with with state laws that which you would have to at the state and local and the drainage manual. I can't think of any other wording that would give you more protection. Can you guys?
Well, I'd say basically the drainage manual, obviously, plus any state and local laws bearing on public drinking water watersheds.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, look, there's no damage to it. Correct?
No damage to what, ma'am? I'm sorry.
To having the note on when they file the
No,
map.
all you're doing is acknowledging existing law. That's it.
Yeah. To say to people, be awake, this is on a watershed, be awake that it has to comply. Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, I like the direction this is going, but I'm a little concerned, Madam Chair, that if we're saying, and any future development has to comply with local law, I mean, then if we don't put that on a Mylar note in the future, is there any suggestion that somehow?
Gotta love how an attorney thinks.
This is more limited than it would be under normal. Saying it's subject to law, with all due respect, I
okay.
agree, and I'm very concerned about potable water, but we're saying,
okay. It's a very attorney comment, like, oh, you didn't say it that time, so it must not count.
Absolutely. The absence of a future note might be determined to be somehow less demanding of that landowner than these landowners. It's a bad precedent from my point of view.
All right, Patrick.
So we do put a standard note on all these decisions that are made by the commission, and they do.
This is not a guarantee, yeah.
That this is not a guarantee of development, and it's all subject to the practices and the laws that are in place at the time that a permit is requested. So we do that regardless of the commission asking for it. Those standard notes get put on.
After teasing Mary, the difference between this one and anything else is that it's on the water, it's on the body of water that you drink. Well, actually Westchester drinks it, not us. We drink from further upstate, but it's on, so that's why it wouldn't go somewhere else, because we're specifically protecting the watershed, the public water watershed. So we're specifically protecting, go ahead, Ms. Orsi.
Madam
Mila-
Chair, I was just going to suggest, similar to how survey can note that this property is within the sewer benefit area, of just having a note that specifically calls out that this property is within the drinking watershed. So that way, anyone looking at
That's
that
where I
map
was
in the
going.
future.
Yeah.
I was
Yep.
going, so, and as such, any future development must conform with applicable state and municipal requirements. Everybody's happy with that. And we note that it's in the public drinking watershed.
Would stop
And-
after it's in the
Yeah.
public drinking
Yep.
water, period,
That's-
not
that
add a
works
second
for me.
part.
That works.
Okay. That works for everybody. And then, when they come forward for development, maybe they're not allowed to develop, or maybe they are. I wouldn't come back anytime soon to disturb new areas, because we'll be all grumpy about it. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, all righty. I think that was the only, the conservation was the only issue, the only question, right? The septic easement, the maintenance access. Did somebody just raise their hand? No, okay.
Yeah, we have public comment waiting, Madam Chair, when you're
Yeah.
over.
Okay, all righty. And so now, we'll turn to public comment again. My apologies for confusing everybody more than once. This is 0 and 155 Taconic Road, and it is for a combination of lots. Ms. Larkin, if you would go ahead. Might as well get your bang for the buck when you come to a PNC meeting and speak at all the applications, right?
Right.
If you would unmute, you'll be all set.
Okay. Hi, as before, I just have some questions. When you talk about disturbance of areas, are you only talking about the smaller lot that's being joined, or the entire lot once combined?
Technically, I would say you're talking about the smaller lot. I asked this yesterday because that's the one that's on the reservoir.
And the presentation focuses on all the benefits to the town for this combination of lots, and that's to help you make a decision, based on
In their
what,
favor, of course.
in their favor. And so my question is, what about the FAR that's currently allowed in the lot as it stands today, the 3.36 acre lot? Will that be much affected by the addition of the 1.79 acres? And
Well, it increases your capacity to build.
Well, not exactly, Madam Chair, because it's a ratio, right? So the development percentage of houses that could be developed, is the
But
same.
it still increases your capacity to build, you could have a bigger house than they have now.
You could have one larger consolidated house, but the amount of square footage allowed between the two lots is exactly the same, whether they're merged or not, is what I'm saying.
Does that make sense to you, Ms. Larkin?
yes, that answers my question. So,
So
yeah.
you get the same, so if you have in fact, if you have two houses, but they can build a bigger house.
It's
You
a
get to
difference
build
between
more.
having two 5,000 square foot houses or one 10,000
Ten,
square foot house.
exactly.
But it's essentially the same square footage.
Okay, but as it stands today, they would not be able to build on the smaller lot because it's in a 4-acre zone.
Well, not build or not build as large, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not
They would
sure.
be
So they
able
would be
to
able-
build on the smaller lot because it is
legally
appears-
non-conforming.
It appears to be a lot that was created before the zoning regulations, and therefore, and it's hard. This is why we got uncomfortable with these private records, private archives.
Right.
But it appears to be a lot that existed before the zoning regulations and therefore is a legally non-conforming lot. And they would be able to build, but they'd have to comply, they would be reduced in what they could build. And then they have the setback issue from the wetland. So they would be more, but it could be a buildable lot potentially. I don't think I would know right now if it totally is.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, again, I'm, curious about the house as an 1850 house. So I'm just curious about, if I'll approach it in a different way, but if
No,
anyone-
again, because this is a merger, You know,
Yeah.
all we can do, you saw how hard we were trying just to condition
Absolutely.
the protection of the drinking water.
For
So-
water and trees, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and the trees. So it's very difficult for us to do more than that until it comes in for development. This would likely come into us because of its location or not, Patrick, even if it wasn't 150.
I would imagine as a merge lot that the house would be of a size that we'd probably see as a special permit, but not location alone. It would probably just go to the wetlands.
Yeah, that's okay. So it would go to wetlands for the permit because of the sensitivity, but would only go to us if they exceeded 150 cubes.
Right.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on these applications? 0 and 155 Taconic. Does anybody in the commission have further questions or comments? Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Hearing no objection, this application is hereby closed. And Mr. Secretary, we would have a motion. We're putting you to full employment today.
Yes, you are. Let's see here. This is 155 Taconic Road, application PLPZ 2024. PLPZ 2024-439 for final subdivision. Applicant is seeking for final subdivision to consolidate 4-acre property and a 3.492 acre property in the RA4 zone. Commission finds the proposed application is neither a subdivision or redeveloped subdivision. The existing lot at 0 Taconic Road is a non-conforming with respect to lot size. The proposed lot consolidation would eliminate the non-conforming lot size. The existing lot at 155 Taconic Road has an existing non-conforming primary structure within the front yard setback and an existing pool and pool pad located within the accessory side yard, both of which would be maintained with the lot consolidation. The existing tennis court and the non-conforming rear yard setback would be resolved. Conservation issued comments dated 12/27/24 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued a memo dated 1/2/25 indicating no comment. Health Department issued a memo dated 12/6/24 indicating no issues with the proposal. Engineering Division issued comments dated 1/2/25 indicating the lot merger is acceptable. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 11/8/24 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve with the following comments. The applicant should prepare a record sheet in form of suitable for the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission to sign and file with the Greenwich Land Records, noting the following to be contained on a recorded map. Per conservation comments, as the property lies within a designated drinking watershed area, it is strongly recommended that the new development on the site try to remain within the already disturbed or developed areas. Strongly recommended that new development. Let's see, any
But we
future
changed that.
development,
Yeah,
any future development shall meet the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual as amended for water quality. And any future development shall meet the state of Connecticut public watershed standards.
yeah, and you introed that with, since this is in a public
Yes.
drinking water.
Yes,
SUMA
per
5C. Okay.
conservation comments.
Is everybody good with that? All right, do I have a second?
And the,
Oh,
well, I'm not
sorry.
done. Hold on. The existing septic easement over the northern neighboring property of 159 Taconic Road, granting right and use to repair the septic tank and fields of the system serving the garage shall may remain in effect and depicted in reference to the recorded lot consolidation map. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second now?
Second.
Mr. Wells is second. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski, I mean, Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Congratulations both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. We'll see you later on.
Yeah, see you later.
Okay. And Lenny has his hand up, but he's not in this application, or is he?
He is. Well, the DeAndrea Engineering is the applicant on this, agent, I should say.
All right.
We're talking about Lake now, right, Madam Chair?
Hey, Don't even test me. I might get it wrong again.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
I was like, I flipped the page and I just skipped right past it. All righty. I'll
Nope.
wait till that. Oh, that's a different DeAndrea.
Case
Hello?
there's any doubt, the younger, more handsome brother is on. I don't know how he gets his name on my screen, but nevertheless, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Our next application is Frank Ginsberg, 2012 Family Trust for a final subdivision for proposed lot line revision between two existing parcels to transfer 1.0784 acres from 608 Lake Avenue to 610 Lake Avenue. With that in the RA2 zone, and with that, Mr. DeAndrea, if you would proceed.
Thank you very much. I am representing Allison and Philip Schefter and Frank Ginsberg, 2012 Family Trust, the owners of 610 Lake Avenue and 608 Lake Avenue, respectively. And Al Straza is the attorney representing both the owners and the applicants. And before the proposal is to revise the division line between the two properties, which will result in both lots being configured in accordance with our zoning regulations and our subdivision regulations, completely conforming related to area, lot shape, and frontage in the RA2 zone. For the record, previously lot number 610 did not conform as to lot shape due to the deficiency in the width to accommodate the 200-foot diameter circle. In round numbers, very simply, the former lot number 608 will be reduced in size from approximately 4.67 acres to 3.6 acres. And the former lot. Are we still here? We got SE Minor on the screen, but
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll address it.
not a problem.
Huh?
Continuing, I was just giving you the area of the lots. The former lot number 610 will be increased from 2.78 to 3.85 acres, basically 1.07 acres exchanged. In our briefing yesterday, you noted that there had been buildings on 608. Those buildings were all demolished under a permit from the Wetlands Agency, as well as the building permit for demolition. Access to those buildings previously had been over an existing driveway, which remains and is shown on the zoning location survey. And that that driveway had meandered over portions of both lots. Under the current proposal, the driveway will all be contained on lot number 610R. There had been an easement for access recorded in book 772643, which covered the reciprocal ingress and egress for both lots. However, now that the lot will be revised, the driveway will be all on 610R revised, and Al Straza has prepared a modified easement document that would be recorded upon approval of the lot line revision.
Okay.
I did prepare, just so you understand why it was done. Originally, the driveway was the easement. The easement stopped at the western end of what had been 610 rather, excuse me. The driveway easement ended at the western side of 610. So to accommodate further ingress and egress across the revised 610, I created an easement that would enable the owner of 608 to access that property.
So that addresses the DPW comment.
Yes, just the good common sense comment, make sure we have an easement. And yes, there had been an easement. We did modify it and we did provide a document for the record. In the final analysis, it'll refer to the final date of the map, which may include any conditions or notes that the commission would like us to add. I did
Okay,
want to
good.
point out one more thing, in that the reconfiguration of the lots has been prepared with the anticipation of donating the land to the land trust, Greenwich Land Trust. There was a letter of understanding submitted with the applications signed by the executive director, Will Keys, and dated October 30th. I just wanted to point that out, that is the intent of the revision. And I think that's admirable and commendable on the parts of the owners. Couple of quick comments on wetlands. On the wetlands, there was discussion about an old permit. The old permit was back in 2014. The current owners of the Schefters did not understand or know, or were not advised that there was an outstanding permit. It didn't show up in the title search. Nevertheless,
Interesting.
they've had conversations with the director, Beth Evans. It's understood that the area which shows on the map between what's known as the demarcation wall, which is to the east of the existing dwelling 610, the area between that demarcation wall and the edge of the pond is designated to revert to a meadow. Since we can't let the grass grow right now in the frozen tundra, the owners have agreed and have an understanding that come spring, nothing will be done in that area. It will be allowed to revert to the no-mow area, which means, according to Beth, once a year. So that
Yes.
addresses that. And then finally, the health department did comment that they have no objection to the
Right.
application.
So coming back to, go ahead, Tracy.
That was my conclusion.
Okay, yes, so that's
Right,
why I said, go ahead,
And I was
Tracy.
just going.
Oh, I'm
to-
sorry. I didn't hear that.
I just was gonna add that I spoke to Elizabeth Evans, Director of Environmental Affairs today. And I've also seen the documents back and forth between the owner and the Environmental Affairs Department. The deed for 610 Lake Avenue does reference the conditions of that permit in the title search, so it's in the deed. So she does not feel there needs to be an extra note on the Mylar. It's already covered.
For the wetlands permit.
For the wetlands permit, it's already specifically referenced in the
And
deed.
so does that mean that they also don't have to make any comment about, we do not need to include the comment about the buffer zone being maintained in perpetuity?
Nope, she doesn't feel that's necessary.
Okay, all
yeah.
right, and
As a
then,
note on the map, she feels that the current situation with the deed referencing that permit
Okay.
is sufficient.
If I may, normally we would make reference to a permit and just say that the development of
Right.
either lot must conform to conditions, and then we'll list the permit number. That
Right.
covers
Right.
everything.
and that covers everything. So that's the note that would go on the
Yes.
Mylar, is that there's a wetlands permit for this property, and any future development should it be in conformance with the conditions of that wetlands permit. That
Yes.
works for me, and if Beth doesn't want the detail, that's great, but at least she's got the belt and the, okay, she's
Right,
got
and
that
if
in
you're-
there.
Just to put it on the record, if you're going to put a note such as that on the Mylar, the Declaration of Inland Wetlands and Watercourses, the conditions contained in the recorded Declaration of Inland Wetlands and Watercourses is volume 6789 at page 158.
You wrote
Okay.
that down, Mr. DeAndrea?
Oh, I'm sure I will see it in writing, but I
No,
have
no,
I have
okay,
a
so-
similar note, and we will
right.
conform.
I'll email them the numbers.
Yes, thank you.
okay, all right. And we don't need to make any reference to the access because it has already been addressed?
Yes, we created these, but naturally, understandably, Land Trust would want to be able to get to their property. And so we have created the easement document, and certainly they wouldn't accept a conveyance without having ability to get to it. And that's obvious to me anyway, because there's no access from Lake Avenue due to the extent of the pond and the brook.
Okay. All righty. Does anybody on the commission have any other comments?
And the existing driveway easements actually existed all the way back to 1953, so it's been
So
there. a
there's
long time.
no reason to say anything.
Right, it's
uh,
all covered in the recorded documents, and I read the modified easement, and it references back to all the recorded documents, and we'll reference the map, so everything will be fine.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Nope. Does anybody in the public wish to comment on this application at 608 and 610 Lake Avenue? All right, hearing no Seeing no hands raised, no hands raised for 608 or 610 Lake Avenue. All right. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Mr. Secretary, we would be glad to entertain a motion.
Okay. 608, 610 Lake Avenue, application PLPZ 2024-443, final subdivision. Applicant is seeking a lot line revision where approximately 1.0784 acres will be transferred on a 4-acre property and 3.492 acres property to the RA4 zone. Commission find the proposed application is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. The proposed lot line revision will facilitate a donation of 3.5955 acres to the Greenwich Land Trust. The proposed lot line revision will bring 610 Lake Avenue lot into compliance with the lot-shaped circle requirements per section 6205 of the building zone regulations. Conservation issue comments dated 12/20/24 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued a memo dated 1/2/25 indicating no comments. Health Department issued a memo dated 12/6/24 indicating no issues with the proposal. Engineering issued comments on 1/2/25 indicating a lot line revision is acceptable. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 10/31/24 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve with the following comments. Applicants shall prepare a record sheet in form of suitable for the chairwoman to planning and zoning to sign and file on the Greenwich land records. And I've got actually my notes backwards on what we just talked about.
Yeah, and we really don't need the notes from what they said.
Okay, well, let me tell you what I was talking about. Actually, there was a note added to the recorded map indicating that the rights of access for the revised 608 lot over the length of the existing driveway will be located entirely on the revised 610 lot and the access easement located over the existing driveway and northwest corner of the revised 610 lot. And then actually, was it referenced, Ms. Kulikowski, the reference to the map 6789?
No, the reference is volume 6789 at page 158. That is the wetlands permit that is referenced in the deed to 610 already. That's where I pulled it from.
So if none of this is, everything's been covered someplace else, then maybe we not have to have these notes on the Mylar. Okay, then we'll just cross this off. And it's just getting the map together for recording.
Yep.
And then the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Yep. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. DeAndrea. Happy New Year.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bazili?
Yes, hello.
Hi, we're about to start the public hearing.
Okay, ready to go.
All right, thank you. Mary just asked me, I have that it's recording, but the little thing isn't blinking and nobody else's is blinking, but I hit record and it says it's recording.
It looks like it's recording to me, Madam Chair.
Yeah, but Mary just asked me because
The recording, it's over on the top right now instead of the top left.
Oh, and I have something blocking it. Okay.
So it's right above the participants list. if you're
Mary
looking at
just
the participants list.
said it, we're recording and I'm like, yep.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
it moved.
Now I
moved to
see
the other
it.
side.
I see it. I see. Thank you.
I think Mr. O'Donnell will be okay if we just start from the beginning and let him, come back. Is that,
Yeah.
Are we going to talk about the TV shows again?
As
right.
long as Nick provides musical accompaniment, and I promise not to ask to use the temporary firehouse.
Talk to my agent.
So he was
Talk to his
listening, in other
agent.
words.
He was listening. We're gonna combine the next two applications. By the way, now we're in the public hearing and we're combining the next two applications. That is 185 South Water LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to construct a two-family dwelling and associated improvements. And then at 195 South Water Street LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit for another 2-family dwelling. The first property is 14,732 square feet. The second one is 7,648 square feet. And with that, and they're both in the R6 and also the coastal overlay zone. Mr. O'Donnell, if you would proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Casey O'Donnell on behalf of the applicants, 185 and 195 S Water LLC. I want to start by conclusion and be as brief as possible, as I know this commission appreciates. And then if there's specific questions, I'm happy to address those. The proposed developments meet all of the zoning regulations. They eliminate all the existing legal nonconformities, some substantial as they relate to the existing locations of the existing structures. That comes with a comprehensive planting plan. So 19 deciduous trees, 63 coniferous trees, 130 bushes, and over 100 pollinator plantings. It would result in the addition of 4 level 2 charging stations, 1 per unit, if this commission thought to approve them. And it would contribute to the diversity of the housing stock in Byram specifically, but in Greenwich overall based on its location. When I came in at the pre-application, we had talked about this, and I recognized and heard again during the briefing, there was some sensitivity to the idea of the intensity and specifically the bedroom count in this development. And I think that's what this brings. That's the diversity here. Peter Levy, which I'm very grateful to have worked with him in the past. He said, "Don't tell me, Casey, show me." And so we prepared the development study and we looked at the specifics and we used the tax assessor records and we studied every property in a pretty substantial area down generally south of Hervey Street. And what we found is this development, it's below average in terms of units per acre. And that's what our current zoning regulations generally treat as intensity of development. So it would generally be considered lower intensity development in Byram. And it's about average or high average as it relates to the number of bedrooms per acre. So it's about middle ground. But as this commission's noted, that this is at the higher end of the spectrum and the highest end of the spectrum in terms of bedrooms per unit. So on that basis, my intention was to specifically show you numerically that this is diverse and it is something that contributes and is in keeping with our plan of conservation and development. As it relates to the sensitivity to the intensity of the site development here, I want to point out that some intensity should be appropriate at this site because we're buffering that nodal development approach to look at how we're buffering the commercial uses immediately across the street and to the west. And those are substantial commercial uses. And then finally, the applicant has no objection. We're comfortable with a note regarding 695A3 regarding that no roomers or boarders would be appropriate because these would be 2-family attached rather than single-family dwellings. And with that, I love if you would approve these 2 applications.
I was like, what else was he going to say? Questions, comments from people? None. Okay, so you have an outstanding issue from the fire department regarding the access, the width, and given, despite what you're saying, given the number of people that could live on this site, it seems very important that any concern by the fire department and that you have a sign off for fire safety, that I'm sure that the fire marshal is very aware of how we label things, but I would want to also make sure that he can tell, and Nick, you said this better than I yesterday, that it is very clearly labeled what could potentially end up as a sleeping room. You have egress windows in rooms that have closets and access to bathrooms, and they're labeled office and whatever. that be very clear so that the fire marshal can look at that there is adequate protection and safety, and we don't have a sign off from him yet. We had the same question regarding sewer. And that would be just do we, and Patrick, you were going to talk, somebody was going to talk to sewer today just to make sure.
I did actually, Madam Chair. Well,
Awesome.
first, I just want to back up. The fire marshal doesn't review two families. They only review multi-family development.
Right.
So
Yeah. So what our question was, they just had the comment on the driveway width, but given the number of bedrooms here, could he also just advise us that there is satisfactory protection, because the occupancy could be fairly high, even though it's not a multi. And it is a multi because it's, when you put it together, it's 4 units.
right. I'm just in the permitting process, it won't be flagged as a multifamily for the fire marshal's comment. But I understand your point. To your question about the sewer, I did speak to the sewer division manager. He informed me that the sewer calculations are based on the utilities in the building, that the number of fixtures and the number of units. Bedrooms are not in the, or divisions of rooms for that matter, are not in the evaluation. So if you had a 8,000 square foot space and you had it into 14 rooms, or you had it into 4, it would only, the calculations and the flow data would be based on the fixtures and the unit counts of the building. And that's what the analysis entails.
Okay, so are then
I would
our
also
own-
add, sorry, and I'd also add that there have been sewer upgrades in this area. I don't know if this site specifically was part of it under another proposal, but there is, just to rule out, because I know there's other sewer laterals that have or arterials that have problems. This is not one of those on South Water Street, even though it is a low-lying area. It is it's been upgraded, and it's in good working order and should be able to handle the additional flow.
Okay, so we go back to fire with the driveway, and then there were a couple of other nits. Nick, you had a comment yesterday on the driveway issue. Did you want to expand on that at all?
Yep, Mr. O'Donnell, was the driveway redesigned and widened per fire department comment? Is that 16 feet? I know it was widened at the curb cut, and you had 18 feet interior, but was it pushed out to 20 feet on any plan?
There's no 2 days. We met not the current fire marshal, but the original Mark Dawson on site. And when we worked through with the plan on site, Mark recognized that the curb cut was exactly what he was asking for. And so we know that those plans are sometimes confusing to read. There's a lot of layers on them. So that was adequate. We looked at the overall driveway width, and Mark asked us to consider at that time making it wider beyond the retaining wall. And if we do that, then we start to eliminate some of our plantings, and I think it has limited utility. So we went back and we looked at our the turning radiuses and the slope, which he requested we did, and we found that the slope was adequate, that the curb cut was adequate. And that the applicant's approach to it was that we don't want to give up more plantings. We think this is probably the most holistic, the most comprehensive planting plan that's going to be in Byram. And we thought that was value and that it met the code. And again, to restate that the fire marshal does not have a code path for a 2-family structure. That's under the auspices of the this commission and of course the building official.
Okay, so the driveway still remains at 16 feet.
That's correct. It gets wider up by the radius where the turn would be required. And again, it's wide at the curb cut as it meets the Department of Public Works standards and the standards of the planning and zoning regulations.
Okay, and then the current fire marshal, Mr. Roth, actually had made that comment about the 20-foot width. But it seems that actually, if you went from 16 to 20, you'd be actually compromising grade plane walls, plantings, you'd have a lot of different things. So I think it's more of actually a consensus here, between the fire marshals, you, the applicant, and us, that 16 feet is acceptable.
Well, I would really like the fire department to absolutely say that, given the number of occupants that could be in these buildings. That's what scares me. I'm just worried. I mean, just if you ever had a fire here. I'm just telling, I'm a little biased at the moment because a friend had a fire in her neighborhood and she's on a steep hill and the fire trucks couldn't get down the hill. And the house burned down. So I just would like to have that signed off. Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was going to say the same thing. I'm very concerned about this, particularly given the fact that we have what could qualify as a bedroom in basement areas with a window and on the 3rd floor. So it's not.
And those are legally, they have egresses, but still.
But and it's a theoretical egress under certain circumstances. I understand that. I like the density. Obviously, the density is attractive, but the safety issue really troubles me on this one. And whatever the fire marshal can do with respect to making sure that this is a safe development, I would really appreciate it. It makes me uncomfortable.
Mr. McRae, you have your hand back up.
Mr. O'Donnell, it's safe to assume these buildings are not sprinkled?
That's correct.
So then, Madam Chair, I guess you're looking for consensus between the Fire Marshal Roth and Fire Marshal Dawson. I guess that's what we're really looking for. Dawson says it's okay. Roth needs to say same.
I want someone to say that the people are safe, and that's not our job. Except that we want the fire people to say it.
The applicable standards here are the zoning regulations.
Yep.
And the building code.
And the special permit.
Code has generally been taken to be what is going to dictate the minimum required for safety. And we know that what's proposed here is in excess of the minimum required for safety. And so if there's a condition, I am authorized to make it that says that these buildings will have a central alarm. That's not an issue for us. That's in excess, and that's a voluntary offer from the applicant, but that would not be something that would be required by the applicable codes here.
Yeah, I think that the issue in my mind is, given that it's a special permit, that you not be at risk of having any adverse impacts on anybody, and always life safety first. Ms. Jenkins, you have your hand up still. Did you want to add something?
I was just going to say, I like the idea of some kind of additional protection. I know it's not required, Mr. O'Donnell. But this is one of my concerns always is the regulations in the building code can't cover everything. So anything additional that could be here, I mean, I assume your owners and tenants would be interested in that as well, because they have to, it's their safety that they should be duly concerned about. So anything additional would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Again, we're authorized the plan is to have a central alarm system, so that the house will have that. Obviously, CO alarms, again, this meets the regulatory structure. And Nick, be happy to hear you out. I see your hand is up. I don't have additional comments from Bob Roth. Were there additional comments since we submitted the revised plans?
No.
Okay.
Mr. McRae.
So Mr. O'Donnell, you'll have a centrally monitored alarm, and this would actually be for both buildings?
Correct.
Separately, but both buildings?
Correct.
Okay. I think the crux of the issue at the moment here is that we have actually two conflicting comments.
Yeah.
One from Roth, one from Dawson.
I don't have Roth comments.
That's it. And I'm trying to find the Roth comments here. Bear with me for a second, because I think what it is, he had actually provided the code path.
Okay. The Mark Dawson code path, Mark and I agreed that we didn't agree on.
Right.
We did agree on the fact that it's under the the regulatory from a safety perspective, that
Yeah.
comes under the building official, under the state
Yeah.
building code.
Yep.
I cannot get my head
Well,
on this, but I'll see if I can find it. But there was a specific as to the width of it, and I think actually
they
understanding
wanted-
that we
yeah.
had, we were thinking
ahead.
that actually it was going to be widened, but it's not going to be, and
If this commission saw fit, which I would discourage, as a condition of approval to make the driveway 18-foot wide past the retaining wall, understanding that that'll be a reduction in the proposed plantings, the applicant will ask the engineer to redesign it and make that change.
I would actually kind of like it better if the fire department would sign off on the narrower and just say, yes, it'll work. And that staff mentioned to the fire department that you guys are alarmed. And even though you're not sprinklered, you're alarmed, and that the fire department would just sign off on it. Okay, so that the existing fire marshal can't say, well, this wasn't what I wanted. So that's what I would rather see them agree to the narrower driveway, because we lose green space and the plantings if we widen it. And we tortured this application the last time around a similar issue. So, but I would like to get sign off.
Madam, Chair, if I may, I guess,
So I have a
Conservation,
solution
Zoning,
coming.
Sewer, DPW, EMAC, wetlands, I think we're all on the up and
Everybody's
up.
good. Yep.
Except for fire.
Which is internal to us. So what I was going to suggest, if nobody objects, is we could close this if nobody has any issues with it, and we could wait for the fire department to give its final say so before we decide it. So they
Okay,
don't have,
and that
they
would be
wouldn't have
both,
to come back.
because they're both kind of tied together, 95
Or
and
they
85.
would be for both of them.
Okay,
The commission has never, when I come to you for special permits for cubic volume or other areas that include the analysis of outside adverse impacts, we've never added in something that's not included in the building and zone regulations. So I'm hesitant to agree to that. I don't think that's appropriate here.
Yeah, except that I'm saying to you, the special permit gives you enough flexibility that you can say there's a potential adverse impact on the neighborhood on this, and that you could, I mean, all we're looking for is coverage here.
I think actually, Mr. O'Donnell, the biggest issue here is life safety. And I think actually understanding that there's a lot of people living on these sites, both of them together with a shared driveway.
Mhm.
Trying to just make sure that actually if there's any kind of an issue
Yeah.
with either one of these buildings,
There's no question.
But Mr.
or
O'Donnell, so-
criticism of anybody's interest in life safety, nor has the applicant put forth anything less than what they believe to be
So,
life
Mr.
safety. We've submitted and discussed a number of two-family applications. That's been my honor before this commission.
Yeah.
This is not something that's,
And they're not,
this is
they
a new
don't,
code requirement. I don't think it's.
no, they
supported by
don't
the zoning
have
regulations.
20, they didn't have, what did we count yesterday? 24 bedrooms? 24 potential bedrooms. They weren't as densely populated. This is densely populated. And that's the issue, that's the health and safety issue that arises specifically to this. And that you have one driveway. And that you have this parking area that's shared, and it's there's a lot that's great about the site plan. What I'm offering you, if they don't beat me up or anything, is we would close it. You wouldn't have to come back. As soon as we hear from the fire marshal, we would then make the decision at the next meeting. And we could get that, right, Patrick?
We could get, yeah, so what I'm understanding is the commission, rather than making it a condition, would like to know what the fire marshal's comment is before voting.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, so.
And then the fire marshal comments, and we figure out a way to manage that, because Mr. O'Donnell has offered us some accommodation that we could suggest to the fire marshal if he has an issue with the driveway, and say, how about if they keep it the same width so they don't have to change the site plan, and they're going to be alarmed and etc.
Well, that gets to my next point. I think it would be helpful to have the conversation now to understand if the site plan needs to be changed. Mr. O'Donnell pointed out that it would likely be at the loss of landscaping, and if that's,
which we don't want to do.
right.
So
I
what,
understand I understand that it would be great if the plan as presented is acceptable, but if not, what are we going to ask the applicant to do now that we're all here together, rather than after it's closed, we can't have that
we're
negotiation?
not asking well, I'm not following your question.
So if I'd say worst case scenario, but if the
Fire marshal says you absolutely can't do it,
right,
then we would, we would
what would the
modify it.
commission?
We
Right,
would have to modify the driveway and we would put in a modification in the decision. But if we can do the narrower driveway, we would decide it on that basis. That's what I'm proposing to the commission.
and I'm understanding that. I would think that having that conversation before we close it might be helpful if in the if scenario, not as the must do, but
Okay, so what are you saying? Yes, you would have
well,
to,
as Mr. O'Donnell said, he would say that we would just not plant in those areas of the expanded driveway. If that's acceptable to commission, we don't have to have much more conversation, but if that's not acceptable, I think we need to.
listen,
let-
if the fire marshal says, no, we don't want you to do this, okay, we're gonna not do the plantings.
Okay, if that's what the commission's consensus is,
I mean, do you guys agree?
I'd rather talk
I mean,
about
I
it
know-
now than
I
after.
know
Yeah,
Mary
Madam-
has, I know, hold on a second, Mr. O'Donnell. Mary, am I going in a direction that has support? Because if y'all aren't on the same page, I'll back off.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think your approach works.
Works for me.
Okay. So
Madam
Mr.
Chair, on that
O'Donnell,
basis, is this something where there's enough comfort level that you're at, this commission could be comfortable giving that to your exceptional staff to say, if the fire marshal asks for 18 feet, then give him
we're
18 feet?
essentially, when we make the decision, we're going to do that, but we're buying ourselves 2 weeks to try to get the fire marshal to agree to the narrower driveway.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, I appreciate it. Thank you,
And
ma'am.
then at the end of the 2 weeks, we'll try to do it the way you've got it. And if we can't, we'll go to Plan B and send it modify it and send it to our exceptional staff, on which I agree with you. So we would do that, but we'll try to keep it with your site plan, but giving us the comfort of knowing that the fire marshal isn't going to turn around and say, oh, well, you approved this site plan and we can't access well, which is not where you want to be.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Donnell, is your engineer with you tonight?
He's not with me, I can contact him by
Mr. Khan.
text.
Okay. I'm just looking at the plan again. So wall to wall on the plan looks like 20 feet. But one side near the houses is
Yeah.
actually just a planting bed,
Right.
and there's a short piece of wall at the street. That's what I'm seeing here? I think actually probably maybe it could be that short piece of wall at the street would give you almost 20 feet in width.
Yeah, but he wants the cut to be 26 feet.
That short piece of wall I need, as you.
That's a grade
deduced,
plane?
Nick. Yeah, correct. It works with the, although
Okay.
the front wall is existing, but I can measure that and tell you what the width is.
But he wants the cut to be 26 feet.
Oh, he's got it. He's got the cut at 28 already, so that's good to go.
Okay.
But it's just the width from wall to wall. And if there's just a
Okay.
planting bed,
Yeah, then he's good. So
Yeah,
let's
it's-
just see what,
in
okay.
that pup wall there's 16 feet in width, and so when we met on site, there was, I'll let the fire marshal speak for themselves, but the conversation was to go to 18 foot in width past that pup wall.
which you have. Okay, I got it.
Correct, we can accomplish that just at the cost of the plantings.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay. One quick question. Mr. O'Donnell, staff has in the staff report that you talk about installing tree protection according to a plan, but there isn't a tree protection plan that's been submitted. Again, our exceptional staff could handle that and review it. Okay, so we'll just ask that you discuss it with them when we're ready to do this.
Yeah, we can ask Matt Pop at Environmental Land Solutions to address that for us.
Yeah, and just, so you work with staff and you make sure that, I was really pleased with the comments that you got from conservation. That was great. And, I laughed though that we do have arborvitaes. We won't tell
It's
Peter.
a hardy tree.
I know, we won't tell Peter Levy. So does anybody else have any comments on this? All right, does anybody from the public wish to comment on 185 South Water, or 195 South Water? These are both two-family proposals. Does anybody have any comments to make? All right. Based on the discussion we've had, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. And we will decide it at the beginning of our next meeting.
Thank you.
And
I look forward
that's on
to
a
it.
Wednesday, so don't get confused, Mr. O'Donnell.
I'll put them in my calendar now.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Moving right along. I can't get him out of the, oh, there he goes. Okay, I keep having troubles with the in and out.
Oh.
All right, there's
I did
Mr.
twice, but it seems to be working.
Did you do it though? Because I did it twice and he was still there.
Oh, that I can't confirm, but I did hit remove.
All right, so I'm not able to do it. So Mr. Tessie, good evening.
Evening, Madam Chair.
Oh, no, it's still afternoon, isn't it?
Well, it's evening somewhere.
Okay, it's evening somewhere. Our next application is Greenwich Properties LLC, DBA 200 GA Management LLC. This is for a zoning text amendment that would, as proposed, allow offices exceeding 20,000 square feet, which is use group 2C, on the second floor of the CGBR. Before you, well, I'm going to let you start. We had a question because the 20,000 isn't really on the second floor, is it?
The existing 20,000?
Well, yeah, it says that this would allow, the way this is worded, Nick
Well,
was
let
asking,
me-
yeah, go ahead, start, and then we'll ask you.
Well, sometimes I wake up, you never know when.
Oh, don't
And,
tell us that. We didn't know you were asleep at our meetings.
well, no, I wasn't asleep at your meeting yesterday, but it was an interesting afternoon listening to you all because I appreciated that you're all trying to find an accommodation regarding this issue of second floor, retail use and the difficulties surrounding it. In that regard, a little digression, I did submit today two, their emails from two respected brokers, knowledgeable commercial brokers. I just asked them to comment about second floor office use. And I submitted that to Tracy and to Patrick early afternoon. I don't know whether they forwarded the emails to you all or not.
We saw the issue with the problem of finding a retail operation for the
Right.
second floor. The question we were asking yesterday is, we're seeing a huge demand for Pilates and beauty treatments and things
yeah.
that you could stash comfortably on a second floor and do a booming
Well-
business. So we were surprised that retail is the focus here and office when there are other intermediate uses that seem to work.
Well, it's interesting because on the avenue, you do not allow group, first of all, you do not allow group sessions
On the, yep.
on the second floor. You don't use, so that knocks out a lot of that category.
But you have
I bet.
Pilates studios.
Those
that-
all are not allowed.
No, you do because you could do the, on those awful machines that they use. Those are
No, you
one
can,
on-
you can do one-on-one training, but you cannot. I think there are a number of people who are illegally doing it and some have gotten caught.
No, there is one we approved. Who
No,
is-
can't
in
approve
the
classes.
CGPR, you can do those classes if you have adequate parking.
And you have
If you have,
adequate,
if you have parking,
you
I
can,
know, I'm
yes.
just pointing out.
but you have
when I'm-
parking.
Well, let me, look, the problem with those uses is that they're only gonna take up, nobody's gonna, unless it's Equinox, but then you have other issues. First of all, the parking requirements for those, that use is way, when you get into classes, is way more intense than
No.
parking. Yes, look, I know,
Look, you're thinking about the
no,
equipment.
I'm talking about classes. Certainly is. But let me just cut to the chase in here with you because
Okay.
about my enlightenment. All right, and that is this. When you were all talking about, I'm talking among yourselves during the staff briefing about how this could be crafted or could it be crafted. A few suggestions were made. I think one was by Mr. Wells, at least. But everything had a little problematic aspect to it. I started to go pen to paper and say, well, what could I do to narrow it? And as I was writing out, well, second floor limitations, and then I got the regulation out again and looked at it. And that's when the light went off months later, section 61031C. And it's very interesting now as I look at it, knowing we have a third floor nonconformity per the 1995 change in the regulations.
Okay, so
with
hold on a
office-
second. Your third floor was an office use in 1995. I'm just clarifying for all
Yes.
of us. 1995, we forbade third floor office use, but you were
Correct.
already in the third floor as a not, so you became your third floor is now a legally non-conforming use.
Correct. And
Okay.
so it's legally non-conforming. That's the third floor. But the
Mhm.
regulations specifically state in 103.1C is when it's describing permitted uses, use group 2A and 2B dash allowed on second floor only. And that's when the light went off. I don't need a zoning amendment. I was trying to write this very provision. And what it says is that we can have 20,000 square feet on the second floor. Third, it doesn't mention the entire building. And I spoke to Mr. LaRoe about it. He earlier today saying, as I'm reading this solves everyone's problem. And actually it's correct. 20,000 is allowed on the second floor. It doesn't say 20,000 allowed for the building. It says for the second floor.
Yes, it's
So-
by floor. Yes.
Right, it's by
correct.
floor, so I don't need a zoning amendment. I just need a change of use, which I think in talking to Mr. LaRoe could be done administratively because we have the parking. And this allows you all to go home on this subject and make my client happy. And that's what I try to do. But the truth of the matter is, this is why I was telling you, light went off. As I read it now and realize it's not a building issue, it's a floor issue. This avoids a lot of mental anguish and concern. It doesn't create a precedent for anybody. It's unique to this building, as you know. And it's consistent with normal interpretations of non-conforming uses. So Pat, in
How
order-
many square feet, just so we're all caught up, how many square feet is your second floor?
Little under 20, a second floor, it's divided into two uses. One is the church use. That may have allowed for some confusion as to who owned the building. The church, when it sold the building, retained basically a kind of an easement right to use that second floor. So a portion of the second floor for church use. This portion of the remaining portion on the second floor is 9,365 square feet. The balance.
Okay. If the church was to ever give it up, they are already office use on the second floor?
I think they have a combination of that. I think it's could be ancillary use. They have, rooms or, gathering rooms, gathering type of rooms.
Right.
But that would be a change of use. I don't see them giving that up. They don't pay, I don't know how their taxes, I don't know what goes on. I didn't study their tax issues, but that's a church
I
use.
thought you were an altar boy.
I was an altar boy, and I was the only
Yeah.
altar boy that didn't sip wine. First of all,
Nick is laughing, but
that's
I
how good an
remember,
altar boy I was.
yeah, I remember you being an altar boy.
I used to like Latin masses.
Yeah, you like the Latin mass. Okay, so you don't know exactly what they do in their space. Their
I know what they do in
space,
their space. They have conference rooms and they have
okay,
they have offices.
and so it's offices. And so
Yeah.
in total, that third floor, that second floor is 20 something thousand?
No, it's 19,816 square feet.
Perfect. Okay, gotcha.
Under
So,
20, even if you wanted to say there were offices, yeah.
yeah, so even if you had, even if the church then decided to stop using it and you converted it all to office.
I don't think that will be during our lifetime.
Well, you never know.
No,
We
you
all
never
say
know.
that and then stuff happens.
Well, if that happens, that's a change of use. If you want to put something, well, I don't need a decision. The bottom line is whether it's retail, that floor is not over 20,000 square feet. So in
Okay.
theory, that could be, but be that as it may,
Oh, could somebody get Gigi SC Minor out of the meeting? I can't remove her.
I don't know what's going on. Somehow they keep,
Coming in, just kick her out. Kick her out for now. You can't
she
keep her.
voluntarily left. She's gone.
Okay, all right, and because then she's not muted. All right, okay, so go ahead, Mr. Tessie. If it happened, you're all right.
So what what I'm trying to say is that so far as the church use by its very nature, I don't see them giving it up because it doesn't cost them anything to be there. Now, maybe a deal could be made in the future where they sell it to a future owner, but as I said, you cross that bridge if and when you get to it. Because that was specifically designated in the original approval for church use. And I think
All
that
right.
would send people back here.
So, let me just stop for questions then, Mr. McRae.
So, Mr. Tessie, what you're saying is that in total, church and the building, second floor is less than 20,000, 19,816.
Yes.
Third floor is a legally non-conforming issue because it exists, it's been used as office, so on and so forth.
Right, non-conforming. It's always been.
Okay,
your law.
so bottom line, you don't need this text amendment.
That's
Bottom
what he's
line,
saying.
I wasted your time.
Okay, great. Madam Chair, can we move on?
Yes, we can. There's one question, Mr. Wells, and then I got one more question for everybody.
Yeah, I guess my question is, Mr. Tessie.
Yes.
Definition of use group 2B is office space exceeding 7,000 square feet gross floor area, but not exceeding 20,000 square feet gross floor area per lot. And then we have permitted uses, use group 2A, 2B allowed at second floor only. So you're saying the second permitted uses trumps the definition of use group?
Well, yeah, because it's a
2B,
second floor only.
Right.
And, right, so
Okay.
yeah.
So the one
Okay.
says per lot, but then in the CGBR, I'm sitting with that with 6103 open. And that says, use group 2A and 2B allowed on second floor only.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So now the question is just this issue that you just asked, Arn. In total, do you go back then and sum it that it exceeds it at 40,000 square feet? It would exceed the definition of the by floor in the other part of the regs. Patrick's read, I think, is no, that you're okay because the CGBR specifies by floor.
I'm okay too. I was just,
Okay.
I wanted to
Yeah,
bring that
correct.
out.
That's why look, that's why
Yeah.
I've come, I don't know, full circle. I understood what you said. That's what I got hung up. I said the light only went off thanks to your conversation yesterday, where I was
Yeah,
trying to
'cause we were
narrow it. And I said,
Yeah.
there it is. It's narrowed right there.
So I don't know how you got from our conversation yesterday, because we never hit on that. And we wouldn't.
Yes, you
have.
did. Some people were trying to, Arn, you came up with an
Like,
idea.
Yeah, but we
were trying
didn't
to
hit
come up
on
with
the,
ideas to narrow it. There was some
Yeah.
empathy, and not for me, but for my client. We appreciate it. If you
I
didn't have
know we
that
like it.
conversation, if you didn't have that conversation and I didn't listen, I wouldn't make this.
Yeah,
I
no,
would,
no,
I would
Mr.
not.
Tessie's
be,
absolutely right, Madam Chair. The conversation yesterday was that how do we make sure that this doesn't grow into a non-conformity that can be used in other lots
Right.
or in this building? And
Okay, so
Yeah.
thank you for queuing that up, because my next question was, Mr. Tessie, should we deny this text amendment and
No.
wait,
Yeah, go ahead.
end of sentence, and find that because you have a legally non-conforming third floor, find that this text amendment is for the 200 Greenwich Avenue, and we find that in fact 200 Greenwich Avenue has a legal nonconformity on the third floor and is therefore entitled to the second floor office use, so that we have it somewhere written down in perpetuity that this is like this. And I'm really asking Patrick more than Mr. Tessie. Patrick, should we
Well, I'm voting,
memorialize?
I want to withdraw my almost comment. Yes, hopefully somebody recorded just what you said.
Yeah, well, I have to remember it in a little bit what I said, but I had been turning it over in my head already, that so we memorialize it. And when someone comes along and says, well, you let those people at 200 Greenwich Avenue,
Okay, I like it.
Patrick and Tracy can pull out the decision letter and say, this is why that was approved.
Yeah, I think if there's no issue with receiving a denial from Mr. Tessie's client, then I think that that
No,
would be
the
appropriate.
bottom line, you're right. It's like all clients, they're not interested in the technicalities, they're interested in the results.
No, I'm doing this for whoever
No,
is.
it's good housekeeping. It's very good housekeeping.
Whoever is running planning and zoning in 30 years, and somebody says you're supposed to let I don't know, the flying cars park on the third floor or whatever.
No, I think that makes total sense. That's happened in probably happened a few times with the commission. Variance, sometimes it happens. People apply for variances and make determinations made you don't need it. And
Yeah.
they deny it and state the reason. So I've experienced
So don't
positive denials
withdraw,
in the past.
don't withdraw, and you're just
No,
gonna
it's
have
fine.
to. All right, let me just go. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on 200 Greenwich Avenue? On the application for a text amendment? All righty, no comments from the public. How about everybody else? Are you comfortable with this interpretation of the regs? Do you have any other questions for Mr. Tessie? And that it narrows it enough? Okay, I think it works. So then, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? This application is hereby closed. All righty.
Thank you, Ian.
So we'll try to figure it out how to word it, but that's what we'll do. And then you'll have something, you'll have a letter, we'll have a letter. That's really what I want it for. All right. If I could put it on your Mylar, I would. All right, thank you. And he's gone. Okay. And now we skip forward. And we go to applications 10 and 11, and now we can let Ms. Mom back in. And did we rename them the last time? I think we forgot to rename them.
We
when they-
did. They left and came back. So
All right. Okay.
I was a surprise previously. Sorry about that.
Well, for some reason, I can't remove people from the meeting, so I click make attendee, and then I have another screen that's right over that corner, and I couldn't see you were still in the meeting, and all of a sudden I'm hearing your voice. Like, what the heck?
I'm like, oh no.
All right, here we go. So we've been hearing these applications together. One is for the final site plan and special permit. The other is for a zoning map amendment to create an R6 HO historic overlay zone for a 0.33 acre property located at 49 Sherwood Place. And the final site plan and special permit is to make alterations to convert the single family home into a 2-family and to create a new detached structure behind it with another unit. And so with that, Ms. Ma and Ms. Orsi, and I just need to move Ms. Orsi where I can see her. Okay. All righty. Okay.
Good
All
evening.
righty. Good evening.
Yeah. Rachel Orsi from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant for 49 Sherwood Place. As Madam Chair had said, we are here tonight seeking to rezone the property for historic overlay and approval of site plan special permit for 49 Sherwood Place. With us tonight are Gigi Ma, CEO from SE Minor, Robert Sandolo, project engineer from SE Minor, Lou Contadino, project architect, member of ARC, and Matt Pop, licensed landscape architect and professional wetland scientist. If they are in attendance, if you wouldn't mind promoting them, that way they are easily accessible for questions. And Pat, when you get a chance, if you can also please bring up the presentation materials. They should be in your emails. And then once that is up, I can turn it over to Gigi Ma to provide a summary of the work that we've done since our last meeting with you.
I absolutely, okay, we got Mr. Pop in. And Mr. Contadino, are you in the meeting? Kindly raise your hand. Must not be. Okay, well.
Sorry, I see his name in the
Okay, he's
attendance.
not raising his hand, so if I try to promote him instead, we'll see if he, it would usually when people don't raise their hand, it's really hard to promote them.
Lou, raise your hand.
My hand's raised.
Oh, there you go. Hi.
There he is.
There he is.
There I am.
Okay.
In person
All right.
too.
Okay. All righty, so away we go.
All right. Gigi Ma from SE Minor. Hello again, everyone. As you recall, 49 Sherwood Place, where project is located in our R6 zone, which is as of right allowed to have a 2-family home. The property is almost double the size, so it's not slightly larger than the zoning minimum, but it's actually almost double the size. We've left close to 2,000 square foot of FAR on the table, and also almost actually over 1,000 square feet of green space on the table. And with this project, we also propose to resolve 2 nonconformities. Pat, if you could flip to the next page, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you. And this is just a refresher for everyone from where we stand. We also thought about, or our client thought about approaching this from a design perspective, making it accessible from a pricing perspective. Just proposing 3 units at 2,000 FAR is a lot more price accessible for a family than 2 units at 4,000 FAR, which is, as you know, in line with the history of the 4th Ward. We heard your comments from the last meeting regarding tweaking of the architectural design, the bedroom count, and the streetscape, and have done quite a bit of work, and you'll see in our revisions, to address your thoughts and comments. And with that, I think Lou and Rachel are going to take it over to talk about the changes that we've made from an architectural perspective in line with your comments.
Thank you, Gigi. Pat, if you can go to the next slide, please. This is a depiction of the existing residence compared to the most current design. You can see that the original residence, front portion of the original residence is still depicted in the proposed design. And Lou, if you want to go into a little bit about how you reconfigured the second or the top story in regard to the roof lines. And I think the next slide should have a better viewpoint of what was changed.
Well, based on my understanding of the comments from the previous meeting, we got rid of the dormer mass that's most prominent in the streetscape elevation and the the driveway entrance to the project, and moved everything towards the back where it's less noticeable and hopefully less objectionable. And just keeping it a very, clean line, very similar to what's there now. There aren't any, dormers projecting along the driveway end, the driveway side of the, the current, house. We removed the entrances, the side entrance and the porches that were there. We did leave the doors for convenience, and it may be a misunderstanding because I did listen to your comments yesterday, and I believe you thought that we were getting rid of it entirely and then just putting a window. That was not my understanding. I could discuss this with the client and see if he's amenable to that, and I don't see a problem with turning that current door into a window and getting rid of the stairs or the steps leading to the door. And that's basically it in a nutshell. We just worked hard at flipping things around and making it as attractive as possible and minimizing the mass that's facing the driveway.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Lowe has his hand up if that's, if you're done, Mr. Contadino.
For now.
Okay, Mr. Lowe, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, our discussions have been, recent discussions seem to be directed to the site plan, which seems, as I think I may have mentioned before, a little bit like putting the cart before the horse, including getting bogged down in design details. I continue to have questions about the zone change. So, I mean, the main source of my concerns include the following: that the original structure has been altered multiple times over the years, such that its current incarnation no longer features much of the original defining characteristics of what you might consider the prototypical Fourth Ward house. The proposed new rear structures seem looming and massing, as we've discussed, rather than complementary and secondary, as the HO regulation dictates. And while the property is sited within an historic area, this application's rationale for a zone change to HO seems to focus on a single reworked representation of a conceptual Fourth Ward facade. An approach that frankly seems arguably similar to the recreation of some streetscape on the back lot of a Hollywood studio. So I'm left wondering, where is the authenticity here? And secondly, the question, where is the historic structure that we are trying to protect? Because that really is at the heart of the HO regulation.
Mr. Contadino.
Well, you can say that, I made up whatever's there and it's a part of a stage set a la Hollywood. But I walked up and down this street multiple times. I took examples of what's around the environment, and I recreated something that I think fits. okay? Unfortunately, we don't have a record of what was there 100 years ago and change. But I did my best to say, you know, what could have been here. And I am preserving, as I said earlier, the bones, the structure of the front of the house, which is in essence the most important part of the structure to be saved. I think that if you analyzed and took a look at my immediate neighbor, I believe to the north, I'm very sympathetic. You know, you could see the analogy, you can see the sympathy, you can see how, you know, I've taken, you know, something and it fits. And if it weren't for us right now, you know, knowing that it's brand new, I would argue that 5 years from now, someone driving by or someone walking along this street would not notice that this is something that we built in 2025. It's something that someone may have preserved, protected, added on to, like very much the neighborhood. You know, this is a neighborhood that's grown, okay? It went from, you know, middle income, you know, housing for workers to, you know, rather expensive, luxurious homes, okay? And that's evolved over time. And, you know, this project too, you know, could have evolved over time.
Lou, would
I
you
don't-
be able to clarify, are we,
Yeah.
because this is not a knockdown rebuild, we're not recreating the existing residence, we're actually taking what is the remaining existing residence
Yeah,
and doing a lot of
Ra-
construction to tie it into
Yes,
complementary
Rachel,
new.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that
No,
this
no,
is not a
again,
knockdown
we
rebuild.
can all read drawings, hopefully. It's well documented that we're going through an extreme amount of costs and energy to lift, save, and protect, you know, the front piece, the plaque, let's say, of this building. Unfortunately, it has been bastardized. You know, the house is really not that attractive, okay? It's been, you know, added on to, you know, porches filled in, roofs, you know, popped up, additions to the back, additions to the side. You know, we are saving what we can. And you know, we worked very, very hard, you know, hand in hand with the historic, you know, district commission, you know, and we're doing what we can. I don't know what else to tell you. I've worked very, very hard. You know, we as a team have worked very, very hard in, you know, having what we're presenting today. If you've got a philosophical attitude about, well, there's nothing really pretty originally here, you know, if you want, you know,
Excuse
and I
me,
don't.
Mr. Constantino, let me interrupt if I may for a second.
Sure.
I don't have an attitude about that. And I just assume not have you restate what I've stated. If I need to restate it, I'll restate it in my own words, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. No,
this
please.
isn't about cost and effort. This isn't about bones. Okay. The genesis of this regulation wasn't to protect bones. It was to protect structures.
Exactly. And what is structure but bones?
That's not what the intent of this regulation is about.
Okay.
It's about protecting long-standing structures. Nobody can see the bones, okay? And I appreciate that it's an old structure, and I appreciate that it has that the bones may have some significance, but for purposes of a zone change, I'm just having a real hard time figuring out why this is necessary and how it conforms to the HO regulation.
Mr. Lowe, would I be able to provide you with some context?
And actually, before we go in,
I would welcome context, but I can't. I don't know whether you will or not.
Okay. So
I
let
will
me
try my best.
Yeah. We'll definitely try our best, because I think it's perhaps a difference of perception, and let's try to we'd love to come to a consensus, which is, you know, we cannot protect what's already gone, and what's there, and what's already gone is, for example, things the structure has been added to. We don't want to keep the architecture. You know, the HO designation is not meant to protect the architecture of the 70s and 80s, which is the rear part of the house. What we're looking to do is protect the original structure. And as if you recall, Commissioner, in our presentation last month, we showed clearly that we're protecting almost half of the existing of the historically significant structure. If you don't think that's, if that doesn't mean anything,
I
then
don't know what you're referring to when you say you're saving. You are saving it by your own application and your own words collectively. You are using the facade, and you're not even using the existing facade per se. You're recreating it in an image of what everybody thinks the Fourth Ward used to look like.
Yeah, Rachel, would you mind pulling that up? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can pull up a slide, but just to clarify, all of the when Lou speaks about walking down the street and pulling those elements in, that was in regard to the new portion of the residence of how to tie it in together. But the entire facade and a certain specific amount of feet, Lou would be able to speak to that, of that front portion of the house is the original house. It's just being refurbished and to tie in so that way there's some sort of connection between the old and the new, but it is not being
almost 50% of the original house. I don't know if you can pull it up. Is it 40 or 50? Somewhere around half.
It's like 45, 46.
Yeah, yeah. Do you have that, Rich?
Pat, would I be able to just bring up, is the presentation materials from last month?
Oh,
I have it on my screen if that's easier.
Let me give you the authorization. Hold on.
Okay.
And then you have to leave the meeting when you're done, though. All by yourselves.
I try. I don't know what happened. Mr. DeAndrew was trying to talk. I apologize.
It's weird because we couldn't get you out. We just couldn't get you out. Every now and then, ever since they did the last Zoom update, we've had some weird stuff.
Hey, we just like being here.
She's read. No, it's just
Party
we couldn't get
crasher.
people in the last time. Go ahead. You're set.
Let me share. Okay. So this is part of the presentation materials that were looked over last month. Hopefully everyone can see this screen. So this is the red square is over the 1860s original house. So we're saving the whole front portion of the house. That is the original residence that will be shored and through a lot of fancy design work from Lou and the team. As he was saying, lifted, connected, so that way structurally it is sound and can be connected to the new layout in the back. But it is the existing, what's left that has been relatively undisturbed from the bones standpoint. Of course, it had potentially different siding, but it is the original 1860s house on 49 Sherwood, the historically contributing house or structure
And Lou did
being
a lot
tied
of
in.
thinking on the construction, right? We had a slide on construction. I mean, one slide doesn't capture his work, extent of his work, but he's really thought through how to tie everything together from a construction perspective as well.
Okay.
And then just to speak
tying
on
things
the context.
Excuse me a second. Tying things together, there's nothing that I have read in 6109 about the historic overlay that talks about tying things together. In fact, with regard to alterations or additions, it says, and I quote, "No reconstruction, alteration, demolition, or addition shall be made to the exterior of any existing structure."
And if the historic overlay were granted on this project, then there wouldn't be any future alteration, reconstruction, demolition of the original 1860s part of the structure. And that would be forever preserved. Whereas right now, what is left of the contributing structure could be knocked down or among many other projects if this because it doesn't have the historic overlay right now, which is why with this project, we're really looking to preserve what is remaining. And just to give a little bit of context in regard to 6109 for the historic overlay, the historically contributing main residence on 49 Sherwood was constructed in 1860. This was smack in the middle of the period of significance for what is known as the oldest major urban settlement of Greenwich, which was distinct for its modest income and multifamily residences, which is the
Ms.
Fourth
Orsi,
Ward.
I'm familiar with the history of the Fourth Ward. I'm familiar with it. And I'm reading to you something, and you're telling me right out of the regulation, and your response is, well, if we get an HO, we're not going to be changing that. But you're altering, you are adding to it, you are changing the entire facade by your own application indicates that. So I'm asking you, how do you address that concern?
The proposed additions would be set back from the new, and we differentiate between the historic portion and the new, which is how we get the roof lines, which is how we get the tying them together, because we want to
Please
preserve
address the front
and-
of the building, which looks different in terms of its appearance, in terms of its construction, in terms of its materials, than the existing structure that's there now. Your proposed facade looks quite different.
I believe.
How? How
Lisa
does it look
mentioned-
different?
Yeah.
Pardon?
How does it look different to you? Because I added shutters, because I took away the infill of the porch, and I reconfigured it the way it would be originally. The porch was an addition. The enclosure of the porch is an addition. I took away the enclosure of the porch.
So how is it different? You are articulating, Mr. Conditino, exactly how it's different. You're answering your own question.
Do you want me to keep the enclosure of the porch? You want me to keep the red siding that's there that was done in the 50s?
I want you to address my concerns the best you can. And if this is how you do it, that's your prerogative. That's fine. Maybe other people can weigh in with some of their concerns if they have some. And
I believe some of
I'm
the
not sure
changes-
that this has been all that fruitful.
Yeah. Commissioner, I believe some of the changes that were done, that were proposed to the front is to bring it back to where it was historically, because some of the design has already been bastardized over time. Restore that back.
I understand that, okay? And it is exactly because of that I have concerns. You are recreating something, and we don't even have the records, as I understand it, of what the original looked like. We're just putting something up there that we think conforms to what the rest of the Fourth Ward looks like. But I'll let others weigh in. I've taken up too much
May I ask
time.
one more question? Because one of the things that you mentioned was that the HO overlay allows for no demolition, no new construction. In that case, is a property only looking for historical overlay for zero development? Because a development, the definition of a development is to have some sort of different update, some sort of construction, some sort of demolition. So we can't have any of that. Why would anybody ever go for an HO?
Okay. Well,
I'm just trying to figure this out, you know?
I'll leave it to you I read verbatim the language from 6109, but I'll leave it to you to review it, and I won't spend more of the commission's time on this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can pick up from Mr. Lowe. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I was switching back and forth. So if you would pick up to Mr. Lowe's point, it isn't about not having any building. It's about maintaining the historic the intrinsic historic characteristics of that building. And what Mr. Lowe is looking for, as I hear you, Mr. Lowe, is that to protect more of the existing historic features. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, preservation.
Is to do preservation. Okay, with that, Madam Jenkins, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to I can't say it as well as Mr. Lowe said it, but let me emphasize here. Clearly, the design that is being presented is consistent with the vernacular style, but what we're looking at here is a zoning issue, and a historical overlay has very particular, let me say not peculiar, very particular requirements. And I always think of the Gimbel estate as the kind of my classic example of why you have a historic overlay. So under these circumstances, you have a house that does not have no historical person lived there, nothing historical happened there. It's in a very protected area. And again, the Fourth Ward is precious. I would hate to see the look of the Fourth Ward changed, but this property, to qualify for historical overlay under 6109, you have to say to us, this property, this structure has some historical significance worth preserving. And what I keep hearing is, oh, we don't know what it originally looked like. They put out a bump out on the side, they put on this, they put on that. So the house itself, if you saved 100% of the existing structure, it was already changed very dramatically in the 50s and 60s. So you're not even dealing with a house that is old and run down and kind of looks like what it used to look like. What you have, and what you admit that you have, is a facade. It's a beautiful facade. It's the typical vernacular, the roof line and everything like that. And I will say that this redesign more nearly reflects the what I see as the rest of the neighborhood. And again, I live close to that, and I walked through it, and I presented pictures the last time you came in. It's not that it's a bad design. It's not that it's a bad idea. Historical overlay has very particular requirements, and I guess I'm like Mr. Lowe. I don't see things being met here. It's a wonderful house. It's a good-looking house with the design features that you're presenting, but historical overlay for what? For that one part of the front that now still exists and everything else does no longer exist. And while I'm on the subject of specifically the text amendment, I'm also concerned about the size of your secondary structure. In addition to everything else, I'm going beyond the design and the facade and what you're protecting now. 6109D3 says new construction, which your secondary structure is, must be complementary and secondary. But you've got, if I have the numbers here, you've got a 2,200 square foot accessory building to a 3,800 primary building. It doesn't feel secondary. It feels like something very significant behind something that's very significant. And again, I love the Fourth Ward. I love the fact that you have looked at the Fourth Ward and the design reflects a Fourth Ward style. The question is having Fourth Ward style reconstruction and additional building on that property consistent with historical overlay. And like Mr. Lowe, I'm afraid, and again, this is not philosophical. I have 6109 that I have to look at. Does this justify a particular historical overlay? And I'm troubled by it because there's so little left. There's just so little left of what the house would have looked like before all of those changes in the 50s and 60s. And again, I can't say it better than Mr. Lowe. We're talking about zoning here. We're not talking about design. Design's lovely. We're not talking about design. We're talking about zoning. And I'm not convinced at this point.
All right, Mr. Yeski, I'm sorry, Ms. Orsi, do you want to answer the comments? And then
I
we're
do.
going to let, let Mr. Yeski go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Jenkins, just to address, in terms of secondary, the second unit having a total 2,200 square feet to 38 is half the size of the front unit. So in our opinion, that would be secondary. And then in regard to the 6109 regulations as to what would qualify or make a property worthy of historic overlay, we looked directly to the regulations to make sure that what we're looking to do meets these regulations. And because we are, of course, looking to preserve a historic building that is from the Fourth Ward. And right from the regulations, it's to be associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history, which is also directly the language related to the Fourth Ward of what created the Fourth Ward and received their National Registry of the Historic District. And this property was identified to have a contributing structure, and this property and this residence is specifically called out in that charter and in that description of properties, which is why we believe that it is worthy of historic overlay. It's specifically called out and recognized to be included in this district. It's not just the fact that it is in the district, but that it was identified, labeled as contributing. Many other structures were not. This wasn't an all or nothing, and that is why that we believe it is worthy of a historic overlay.
Thank you.
Mary, you touched, I'm sorry, Dennis, I'm just going to throw this in and then let you talk. Mary, you touched on something that's been on my mind and I don't know the answer. The rear dwelling is 60% of the size of the front. And we raised this the last time at the last meeting because we were saying what constitutes a structure that appears accessory and is 60% accessory. Go ahead, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, I guess it's sinking in what Mr. Lowe's comment is. I think the conclusion that we seem to be reaching is not so much the secondary structure. I agree. We've had a number of cases that we've dealt with that. It's in the back. But the fact that this building isn't worth preserving, right? They're going to build it, they're going to renovate to a point that it's going to look like a new building. It's going to fit into the design per what Mary was saying, but there's not enough here to preserve today. So no matter what you do, you're not really preserving history. And I get the point. My next question is, it just sounded like or looked like it was similar to a couple other projects in town. Do we have other projects where the building was minimal in terms of historical? I just swear
there was one on Elm. Oh, I don't remember how long ago.
Is that the one that they did the same thing? They're going back in the lot and they're putting bulk in the back of the lot at that point in time.
It was one in Elm, and
that was a commercial structure.
Yeah, I think it was commercial, but they were making a
commercial structure. And boy, it was a long time ago because Richard was chair.
And
I
remember that.
And we said no because they weren't keeping enough. We didn't think that the architectural work, the incentive bonus, the zone, and that was under the old bonuses. We didn't think it was worthy of the incentives you get under 6109. As I remember that. Patrick, do you remember that any better? Or does
I do. Yeah, Mr. Maitland at the time actually opined that the renovations to the commercial structure over time had enveloped and made any aspect of the historic structure compromised because there was too many new additions made to the building, and that the historic value of the building really still wasn't there at all because there was nothing evident. In this case, on this thing, we still have the front facade. The building is still, the original building is still out there, albeit compromised over the years, but it's still here. The one at East Elm, it was completely gone by things they had done to the building over a lot of time. They were saying, oh, the center portion of it was historic, but it really had been altered and additions in the back, additions in the front. So it was actually a kind of a moot point. I think we did one down, Dennis, over on Division Street, I think. Down the street and around the corner, there was a house on the street similar to this, and then a cottage or something in the back. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, I was thinking the one on East Elm. What actually, what came out? Didn't they renovate it? Didn't they totally redid the site?
There's two on there, then they're actually across the street from one another. And one, I think Mr. McRae is referencing is the one that did not go forward. The one that did get approved was across the street, and that one, the main facade of the building and the structure that was there that everyone sees from the street was largely intact, and it was the additions there too that were the in the rear. And because not to short circuit the decision, but I think because the lack of visibility of the additions, the commission felt that it was consistent with the regulation and allowed that addition to happen.
Right,
And that was an HO? That was converted to an HO?
It was an HO, yes.
Right, and that's the one I remember. That's on the south side of East Elm.
Correct.
The old
Exactly.
outdoor traders.
Yep.
Exactly.
Well, it was, yes. That's the one that struck me as being very simple. Well, it was more of a narrow lot. But you're saying that there was enough of the historic front and of the building to justify it as a HO.
Right.
If I remember the facts correctly, the HDC also was getting down to the balustrades and the cornice work, and there were architectural features of the historic building that were being protected and basically mandated, by the HDC and the commission's decision that said, you have to keep this Queen Anne or whatever the architecture style was that was there, or enhance it and not replace it with something modern or newer material.
The reason I keep pressing that, and I don't know about Division Street, Nick, but this is a fairly new regulation that we put together trying to preserve properties. And as we've had a handful of cases, and I'm thinking of one that we denied and had a change, but
And they came back with and they revised in that one that we denied, they came back with a reduction in the second building to make it more accessory.
yeah, but it still was in the front of the house.
Yeah,
it was
and we
pretty
didn't
large.
like that. Yeah, we
Yeah,
weren't
we
happy
didn't like
with that,
it.
but at least they reduced the building.
But we're struggling with, the subtleties of the regulation that we put in place, trying to reserve the historic. And at the same time, taking a look at this property, and what I'm hearing is there's not enough historic here to do anything to it in terms of giving it an HO, which is kind of a new thought. I get the thought. I'm just wondering if there are other cases, and it sounds like there's at least one, but that had a greater proportion historically preserved, is what I'm hearing.
If I can,
See if there's anyone else.
just respond.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Dennis, one
Yeah.
thing. I think you're talking, you and the chair were talking about 21 Calhoun Drive. In that case, the entire original structure was preserved. That was the goal of the whole exercise, was the applicant wanted to preserve that, did not want to tear it down, and use the HO regulation as a way to do that. But there was a very large house, and arguably a noteworthy house that they were arguing that they should protect. And yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. And you're absolutely right. They were not, that house that was almost and totally historical, right? And they upgraded it, they painted it, they fixed them, but it was basically very historic. And they weren't looking to add a bulk addition or go up or anywhere. Our issue with that was the front yard kind of thing. The one on East Elm, I thought was more similar, but Patrick's, and I'd like to go back and review the files, really, that there was enough historical to actually go and qualify for an HO. I think what you're saying, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, I got it, it sunk in, that there's not enough here historic, and no one can show us anything to give us an HO at this point in time. And if they don't have the HO, then they have a problem with the site. I get it. I'd love to go back and look at that site and any other one, Patrick, that we know of. The regulation is fairly new, right? It's like 5-6 years old, and we've only had a handful of cases. The other ones I'm thinking were, as Peter's saying, I think we did it on a house, the Reynolds house, Russell Reynolds or something, that they weren't going to touch the house. They were going to just do the whole property, and it fit. In a couple other places, I don't think those were comparables, but the one on I think East Elm is as close as comparable as I can remember. Maybe there's some other ones. But your point, Peter, is unless there's enough historical to save, we're not wowed about granting an HO. I mean, that's what I'm getting out of the conversation. Yes, no?
Yeah,
Well, there were, I wasn't on the commission when this regulation came into being, but my understanding was that there had been a number of large houses with historic, origins that developers were coming in and arguing that they want to take them down. And that happened in Old Greenwich or Riverside in a couple of notable places and notable houses. And this was, I think, the genesis of this regulation came from a desire to protect existing structures and not eliminate them from the character of the town, which is it has a lot of visual asset associated with it, and people can still see these things that have been saved, and that's what the rule change was designed to preserve.
Yeah, I was on the commission and I voted for it. And I think you're absolutely right. The point here on this application is, I think you're making that there's not enough historical that's going to result, and we can't show that it was historical, that it probably doesn't really qualify for an HO. The other ones you're talking about are absolutely true. They're taking whole houses and just cleaning them up and adding, but not really of any substance. They're modernizing in the sense of paint. And the one we're talking about at Calhoun, they're going to replace gargoyles that got broken up and all that sort. That's great, but the house is still the house. It's like 99% still the old house that's been added to. This one is less than 50, and you have to go closer to actually what nobody really knows, actually, right? They keep saying, well, the house is so changed that we don't know the history, and what's there is not worth saving, and therefore we're not wild about the HO. I'm trying to simplify and understand it.
Well, and another way of putting it is, if you sit down and you look at the standards and the purposes, which is what we're talking about of 6109, does it meet them? Because is the architecturally or historically notable? And is the structure that you're working on architecturally or historically notable? I think that's
they
where
said no, that this house has been pasteurized so many times that it's not historic anymore. And that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's the
Can I just
question.
interject? If you
Yes,
look
ma'am.
at C4, it also says changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. Again,
Well,
it's
they're doing some of that.
not
We're not
recreating.
we're not adding any of that to the front portion of the building that we're saving. We're
But
on the new development in the back. Lou, you can speak to this much better than I can.
But I mean, in your narrative, and again, I don't mean to sound negative because I love the Fourth Ward and I love the idea of protecting it. But in your own narrative, you talk about, walking up and down the street and seeing what other houses have done. Now I'm looking for your little information is known. This is you. I'm sorry, SE minor. Little information is known about the original architecture. And I think there's additional language. Again, the problem is this isn't just a design decision, it's a zoning decision. So language like that has more effect for us as zoning people than just a design. The design's beautiful, but we're talking about a historical overlay and what kind of protection we're giving. So I interrupted absolutely everyone. I apologize.
Oh, no, that's okay. You've accumulated the right. Over time, you have been so good and you've never blurted like I do. So
don't encourage me, Madam Chair, please.
So Mr. Yeski, did you have more?
No, I think what we're dealing with is an application that we're rendering a decision on about the amount of historical significance in the new structure compared to what it should have been. And the answer is we don't know. and it doesn't seem like enough. And we'll see.
And to Mary's point on the standards where, you know, it says, I know we touched on this the last time, deteriorated historic features must be repaired rather than replaced.
Right.
I'm a little more stuck on this question that I ask all of you. Is the 60% size of the rear unit versus the front building, is that accessory? I don't know. You know, of course, these things never get defined, but is a
Yep. The building on East Elm, Patrick, do you remember how big the building behind was? I thought it was pretty large also.
There was a different, I think that was the old regs when we did East Down.
Well, yeah, to the history of the regulation, it's been this idea, this concept of historic preservation has been in the regs for several decades. We have enhanced it, and we've done some overhauling of it in the last 10 years, and that's what you're all remembering is the overhaul, not the.
No, we're remembering that we had one before that, and then Katie got together with all the historic preservation people, and they worked for 2 years, and they revised the existing reg. We all remember that.
We actually had two different regulations related to it, and we merged those. So
yeah. No, we remember that there was this big effort, and that ever since then we've been. I mean, there's a lot that's great about how this is written. It's just how do you get to what you're following?
For what it's.
Go ahead.
The secondary building in the back, hidden as it is not. I'm not as concerned about. I think
it juts out. You know, that's the thing. This is the thing we mentioned at the last meeting. It's hidden, kind of, but it also you see it from the street, and that's what we mentioned.
But I think when we wrote the regulation, you know, we were worried about more of an open lot, where we were worried more about. I'll tell you what we were worried about was the mansion on Glenville. That's the one we're worried about. And we said no, and they went away. Remember
they'll come back.
The historic house was tiny compared to the big development. That's what we were worried that someone would take a beautiful house and stick a massive mansion next to it and call it a historic overlay.
Yeah.
That's not this case. Okay, maybe it's 50-60%, but I think the issue I'm struggling with is, are we going to make a ruling that deals with the amount of historic preservation that actually happens? And if there isn't much, should it qualify for an HO?
Madam Chair, if I may, real quick, from a zoning, sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Just from a zoning perspective, asking for the historic overlay, obviously we're looking to preserve what's remaining of this house, which unfortunately may not be the entire thing. We know it's not the entire portion as it's been bastardized over time, but through conversations with HDC, I think we spent over 6 months with them talking about this project and all the different wonderful ways we could preserve the house. Through that conversation, actually, with Jenny Larkin was part of that conversation, who we just heard from. The idea of actually peeling back the pieces that were not historically accurate to bring it back to its former glory was, I would say, a topic of discussion for most of our meetings with them. And with that, bringing back that front portion, and then we have the newer portion in the back that we utilize elements from the neighborhood in regard to the architecture for the back portion. So the front portion is being preserved, the back portion ties into the neighborhood, and ultimately with the granting of the historic overlay from a zoning perspective, we're not looking to max out any zoning regulations from green space, FAR. The only incentive that we're looking for here is a third unit, which is not unique to the Fourth Ward. It was actually, as you know, known for being multifamily. There are many different condos. There's 2, 4, 5, 6 families all up and down Sherwood and William Division Street. So what we're looking to propose and what we're proposing to you here, I would say is fits in perfectly to the neighborhood. It'll forever preserve what's left of this 1860s residence. We believe it meets HO, and any future development, what little could be made with the such strict regulations of HO would have to go before HDC and your commission in the future. So what we're looking to do here is to really create a snapshot, bring that property back, create a snapshot of history, preserve what we can, what's left, and really just create a wonderful development in downtown Greenwich.
And that was a key point in actually garnering their HDC support, which is stripping out all the pieces that are not historically contributing. And to answer Commissioner Yeski's point, it's not commingled. So what we're doing is taking it's you know, we're not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. The historically contributing component is definitive within the front of the house. We're just taking off the part that's not historically contributing, and that was hugely welcomed and hugely supported, and they actually advised us on doing that from HDC's perspective. They found that historically valuable for us to clean that up because it had gone wrong. It's sort of like you're working on a project, the core is still there, but the additions had gone wrong. So you want to strip it down and bring it back to a better level of authenticity. And two is with respect to historically contributing, you know, we can all give our comments in terms of what we believe is historically contributing, but this is documented as a part of the fourth ward document. This property, this building is on the document as a historically contributing structure. And not every house was documented. So, you know, Rachel, you know, Ms. Orsi could say she doesn't agree, it might not be contributing, but we are all having opinions. You do agree, but you know, I mean, my neighbor may not agree that it's historically contributing, but it's documented, and we need to keep that in mind.
And just one final point, I know, speaking of going back to HDC, the multiple meetings and conversations we had with them, we weren't looking to just get their approval and run. We actually had very collaborative conversations with them, and we kept that line of communication open. And we actually both welcomed us. They had asked we come back, and we said we'll be happy to provide examples of materials. And Lou, if you wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, no, that's, you know, some of the things I wanted to mention is that, you know, we're not done with HDC by any stretch of the imagination. You know, we said that we'll provide mock-ups of materials, colors, stone, shutter details, whatever. And again, to reiterate, you know, my charge, or, you know, what I saw that I needed to do was put back the details that time had stripped from the primary structure that we're saving. Okay. The window placements, I believe, are the exact placements that were there originally. Again, walking up and down the street, you can see the precedence. The arched window that's on top, I believe, is to be original. The porch, you know, I believe to be original, but they filled it in. So we're trying to sort of just put back the details, rip out the siding that was put up in the 50s, which was very common at the time, and it's expensive siding. It's just, you know, not historically accurate. And put back the siding that's similar to the other sidings we see, you know, throughout the ward. The other thing, you know, and first of all, Ms. Jenkins, you know, I really thank you for saying something favorable, you know, that at least you like the look of it, because you know, last month I thought maybe you didn't like what I was doing, but thank you for, you know, commenting that you do think that it's attractive. And the other thing that, you know, working, you know, with HDC, and one of the comments that was made because, you know, in working with them is, you know, they stated that, you know, a half a loaf of bread is better than no loaf at all. And that's what I'm providing. And Madam Chairman, you're shaking your head.
Yeah, we have a real issue with that. We've always pushed back on that. It's just, we even started talking about it in the briefing yesterday. HDC has a mandate to save anything that can be saved rather than take a chance of what would go in instead. And that's their mission. And we discussed it yesterday, how we came out, and a couple of people said, Yeah, no, we are looking at the whole loaf of bread and whether something is consistent with our regulations or not. And we're looking at regulations. HDC is not following a regulation. We're looking at the regulation and we're saying, does this preserve and enhance the architectural features of the building or not? Is this second building accessory? Does this building have notable features in it that contribute to the character, and are those being saved? So we're looking at that and saying, here's the regulation. In our mind, it's not a half-baked loaf because, or a half loaf, because it's a yes or a no. For us, it's 0-1 proposition for those of you. Oh, neither one of you guys is an engineer, so I'll skip that part. Okay, so that's the issue. And so to say that HDC, yes, that's their mission, but our mission is to follow the regs and to implement the regs. Anything else from people who haven't had a chance to speak? And Mr. Contadino, were you done?
I'm done. I don't know what else to tell you.
And I think Lou
I
was-
wish there was more of the original building. I wish it was like the Gimbels estate. And I was somewhat involved in the Gimbels estate, a beautiful structure. It wasn't bastardized. It wasn't, added onto. It wasn't stripped. It's gorgeous. And it's still there today, as beautiful as it was day one. And it was developed around it. And I get it. I wish I had inherited something similar to that. It would have made our jobs much, much easier this evening. But we didn't, but we're trying to do the best we can.
And it's in the 4th ward, so you don't get the Gimbel estate in the 4th ward, and
I
that's
get
been
it.
the
I
history,
get it. I get it.
And that's why we're trying to keep with the history of the 4th ward. I was going to say, I think when Lou mentioned half a loaf, he meant preserving not half a loaf in terms of the regs. I think he meant half a loaf in terms of structurally what can be preserved more than the regs. I don't think you really meant,
No, I'm not dealing with regs.
To clarify, yeah. No, we
I'm an
want to be
architect.
100% with the regs. We're just looking to preserve what we can.
Yes.
Because I think in terms of taking chances, this is an excellent development. And I know we can do the, I understand that obviously there's an easier way to go about this project. But I even if we go that way, I don't foresee a better alternative than what's on the table in terms of what's attractive and along the street. And by the way, SE Minor's office is along the street. So we walk the street every single day too. And we see, we get to enjoy the street.
All right. Does anybody else want to add anything? Do we want to get
How
to
about
okay.
how about if we start with the prototypical 4th ward? So looking at street view, the Mary Jenkins photographs, what's happening out there. As I see it, that could be defined as the folk style, late 1800s, gable end, front porch, as an architectural style, which is remaining. The gable end, the front porch, as Mr. Contadino said, the arched windows, those kind of things. It's prevalent. Next door on both sides is the similar situation. On the opposite side of the street, completely different. Down the street, completely different. So there is some replication of this style, but there's a lot of variation as you go up and down the street. I think actually understanding the basic concept of the building, the porch, the windows, the roof line, is vernacular to 1800. Yes, it's been bastardized over the many years, as has many of the other buildings on the street. I think the fact that HDC has looked at this numerous times and has come back with an endorsement of it is something that actually should be have significant weight, because they are the experts on this. We asked them for their opinion. They have given us their opinion. We're okay with this, but please come back so we can really hammer out all the fine details to make sure that this is going to be the best representation of that folk style. I think the one thing that the back building, we haven't touched on that, but I think actually the size is based, it's got to be subservient. If it looks like a barn, but it's bigger, it still kind of looks like a barn, and you could say it's subservient to the primary structure. But again, going up and down the street, there's a lot of buildings behind these existing buildings that have larger structures. Right in the middle of the street's a commercial endeavor. The HO regulation is all over town, commercial structures, residential structures. And I think actually taking a look at how we apply the HO and understanding what is it actually providing to the town of Greenwich, something that actually is right primary in the POCD, preserve the character of Greenwich. I think actually for me, if this applicant's like, oh, this is just a nightmare to me, I'm looking at what actually could be done. And that building that could be done would have nothing to do with the architecture of this town, of the fourth ward. And it could be almost an 8,000 square foot two-family building, two-family structure. And it could basically say, yeah, I'm just going to do it as of right. I can do 7,900 square feet, a duplex. You guys would never see it. Just go straight to permit, and that's the end of that. And what we get? We could get a glass facade on the street, and with loss of a building that actually contributes to the street. I think the fact that actually, yes, as you go up and down the street, do you sense the roof lines? Do you sense the mass as you're moving up and down the street, even as a pedestrian, as you go up and down the street? Would you actually notice that this building actually was reclaimed, restored, and looks similar, but you're saying, oh, wait, this is completely out of place because it's brand new. Well, the buildings on the other side are brand new too, but they really fit in because it maintained that folk style, gable end and front porch. I think actually going forward on this, we spent a lot of time talking about this, but what is the actual end result of a historic overlay on this property? Saving what we can of an existing building and a structure in the back. And maybe we should stop worrying about the building in the front and worry about the building in the back. And I think actually I'm very uncomfortable with second guessing the HDC on what their opinion is, because we have, as part of our regulation, the procedure is go to HDC. If they came back and said, forget it, this stinks, so be it. But they've come back with an endorsement on this. And to me, just like sewer division or engineering or anybody else, they're giving a professional opinion to us that I really should actually take note to.
Yeah, it says we may consult, which we don't, but also again, to Mary's point on number 4, the one that Mary raised in the standards, it changes that create a false sense of historical development. So when you're creating the character, when you're doing something that looks like the character of the neighborhood, are you doing that?
And then, what it is the gable end, the spread of the fenestration,
and so is
the front porch is the style. It's the folk style, prevalent as what was said, the prototypical fourth ward up and down the street. A lot of the same buildings have that front porch gable end in variation.
Okay, but that is a recreation that gives a false sense.
No, it's not. It's the buildings all have that same, use the word bones, of gable end and front porch. That's the predominant style, unless you're going across the street, which gets tossed out the window completely. And that's even a possibility here. Why even save the building? Do something brand new.
Okay, I'm going to go to Arn now and then to Ann Knoll.
Yeah, a couple thoughts. I think the regulation, for my read, is vague enough. You could go either way on this application, personally. So you could pick out something, oh, well, that knocks it out, or you could pick out something, oh, that supports it. But that's where I'm coming out. And so I'd agree with Nick. I'm going to rely on HDC. Now we could say, oh, well, their business is to approve things. I think they have pretty strict standards. I'm also concerned in this town, we can have plaqued historic structures that the owners buy, and they take the windows out and the doors out, and then they become derelict, and then they get to demolish them. So I think we need to be supporting the preservation of historic structures or whatever's left with them. Where I also agree with Nick, I think the concern is that back house, which is 60% does not seem like accessory or secondary. So I would definitely want to reduce that maybe more to 30 or 40%. That's where I am on this.
I think I see the demolition. It would take
Sure.
90 days and 90 minutes to remove this house, and you'd never know it. It'd be done.
Right.
Uh-huh. Madam Jones.
So, again, as I expressed yesterday, I think there's difficulty here, sort of what the trade-off is. I think that the design, from the street side works well in the Fourth Ward, and it certainly looks nicer than what is there. And I think that, having this, like Nick has said, it was, 5 years from now, if this goes through, you would, many people would not know. What I grapple with is sort of the regulation and that part that that Mary mentioned about, are we adding, are these conjectural features or elements that kind of are, we're doing something we shouldn't do, that we're losing the historical value, even if it is documented as a contributing structure in this ward. I drive through this a lot as well. I mean, it's in the heart of our town, and it's important. And I think it's like Arne, I could kind of go either way on this. I think there's clearly a benefit here. I think HDC has weighed in, and I value their input on this because they're, more the expert on this. But at the same time, I'm looking at the letter of the regulation, and is this how this was intended? That's just kind of my 2 cents.
And so on that point about HDC, I couldn't find what they said in our OneDrive. Do we have what they said?
Yes.
And where is it in the OneDrive?
It's in the rezoning application, Madam Chair.
No, I was looking in the site plan. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Could
right.
you pull it up, Pat? Is it a page or two, or is it like
Yeah, I can
20
pull it
pages?
up.
It's a one pager from July of 2024. If you'd like me to read it, I have it in front of me.
I can pull it up, Mr. Mack.
Just
That'd
share
be
it,
great
I
if you
think
could read it.
Well, let Pat share it. Yeah. To reconstruct an exist, so they're recognizing that it's a reconstruction. And so to maintain a historic look, so it's a reconstruction and to maintain a historic look. And so then the question is, back to Mary's point, when you go to number 4, is this creating I don't like the word false sense of development. I'm just asking the question to the commission, Ms. Orsi, for them to consider. You don't have to answer it. All right, I'm good with that. You can take it back down. Well, I'm seeing from the attendees that we have at least 2 members of the HDC here. And it seems like an opportune time to turn to public comment. And HDC members, would you kindly raise your hand so I'm not trying to promote you when you want to stay silent? That's you, Nancy Burke. And I think Jenny is still here. Okay, somebody's got their hand up. Can you? What happened? I can't promote them. I'm hating this. Okay, Jenny's in. Okay, Ms. Larkin. Hello. Okay.
Hi. So I'm just gonna come. I'm gonna turn on my video this time. I was with you before.
Nancy Burke is here as well, so I think she's still here if she wants to speak. Go ahead, Ms. Larkin.
So I apologize. I'm gonna try to be brief, but I have pages of notes that if I could have.
Yeah, don't do that to us. We'll
I
get
know.
grumpy.
So I could have commented as things were said, but so I kept writing it down so I could say
So
it.
so start off with we just looked at the letter from HDC to us.
Okay, well, I
Start
can talk
off
about-
with your take
Yes.
of
Okay.
the HDC's
So-
position.
So when the applicant first came to us, we heard a lot of similar language to what is being spoken tonight. And if they will remember, I said, you don't seem to know who you're dealing with here. We preserve buildings. We're here to preserve history. We're not here to replace or even reconstruct. And I'm sorry, I didn't see that letter. I'm not sure, I'm not sure how that got written. But so they went back and I told them about how old houses tell a story and they do evolve over years. And I've restored a number of houses in my time and many times because they're the worst of the old houses, you do start by removing what has been done over badly. And then you start seeing what was underneath. We even asked the owner to go inside and look what was underneath the porch after they started taking away the enclosure that had been added at some point in the 50s. I said, no, the house will tell you a story. It has forensics. You can go in there. And I said, it's really an amazing reveal as you pull away the layers of things that have been done. So this is exactly what they did. So that's why even today, I'm hearing those words again. I'm a little confused because we really did. I felt that we achieved this notion of peeling back what was there to see, let the house speak to you, let the house tell you the story.
But I'm not seeing how, I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing how you peeled it back because the house is there. What did you peel back to see what the old bones were?
It's underneath. Well, they went inside. I guess it's underneath the porch and inside the house because the house is no one's living there right now. So they were able to take down some walls and look behind and look at the construction. It's a balloon construction. They explained to us how that type of construction makes certain things difficult. We went back and forth over the placement of the windows. We wanted to make sure that all of the windows stayed in the original location from the streetscape. We did talk a lot about preserving the streetscape. And tonight when I joined the meeting, I was really happy to see that you told them to come down with that dormer because those were the type of things that we said, well, we're going to focus on what the Historic District Commission can speak to, but we want zoning will talk about other things that are outside of our purview. And so that's about that. I mean, I have a lot of other things I could say. I don't want to go on and on and on. I do know that we had numerous meetings and I just wish we had meetings that were recorded because maybe someone, you could listen to the way that these discussions evolved and how much time we spent going over what was being done. And even the applicant tonight said that they're not done with us. We said every step of the way, we're going to be there. We're going to make sure that the way that things are being saved and the recreate, the putting the proper siding on. I wrote this as notes. So when you restore an old house, many times, like a house I bought on Riversville Road at 374, it was completely done over with vinyl siding and they'd stripped off any sort of charm. And it was a very typical vernacular farmhouse. So again, you pull it off, you find out, oh my gosh, look, there was trim around the windows. We replaced the trim. We went back, instead of the vinyl siding, we put on clapboard siding, pine clapboard siding. So this is what we worked with them on. So anyway, I just want to let you know that this was not a case of someone coming to us and us saying, oh yeah, just as long as you save some timbers on the inside of this house, we're going to consider that a go. And the thing that you have to understand too is we talked also about the existing FAR and then the FAR as it was added. So the building as it stands now is, and again, I don't know exactly, but it's just about the size of what the new structure would be in the back, but the back structure wasn't built well. So the discussion was that the back part was going to be new because it couldn't withstand, modern building codes. And so if we just saved the streetscape of the house, which to us was the most important, and it's like a house of cards. And tonight, you saw my heart went out to 155 Taconic. I know we're not allowed to talk about other applications, but we're not going to be able to save that house. So we have to take small wins where we can get them. And the fourth ward is a particular area that once they start going, we also discussed how nice it would be to be a little bit more lenient with people who want to use historic overlay as a means to preserve historic houses, because I heard it mentioned tonight, who's going to go for a historic overlay if this is what it's like? No, they're just going to, like, it's going to be in a dumpster in 90 days and they're going to build whatever they want. And I just, it just breaks my heart. And so if the historic overlay regulations are not written with the human language to actually preserve buildings in perpetuity, as in the fourth ward, which it's next, the fourth ward is next. Glendale, there's not one, I mean, those buildings are just going like, you know, they're not going to be saved because money talks. And Steve Bishop actually explained to me when I first got on the Historic District Commission that we don't want to make it so onerous for people to use historic overlay that no one does it. I have a lot of other notes. Maybe I'll send them to you. I don't know whether.
Well, question for you. I've never seen minutes from the HDC. Do you guys have them posted somewhere?
Andrew Malillo is our secretary. He takes the minutes. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if I've never looked for them because we normally get a letter from you guys. But if there are minutes, I would love to see the minutes of these discussions, because that would help guide us. There's really no reason for you not to record your meetings also.
Well, the members don't want, well, I guess we could record them, but the members voted to do it 100% in person.
They can be in person and you could still record the meeting on Zoom.
Okay.
You know that you're a Zoom expert. You and I,
not really.
I gave birth to Zoom on in Greenwich in 2020.
But I'm just one of the commission members, so I voted.
Yeah, I mean, you could just.
Zoom. I agree. You know.
So you could just post the audio from a meeting. I listened to some of the audio from our last discussion of this application because not everybody on the commission was remembering it the same way yesterday or today. And people said, oh, I didn't think you said that. Well, I am not arguing, but I listened to it again today. And it was very helpful to go back and listen to what we said at the last meeting.
I completely agree. And I will bring that up. We have a meeting tomorrow night and I will bring that up at the meeting.
Especially when you know it's something that you know could be contentious, like this question.
I understand. There have been meetings.
You struggled with the same question we did. Is this preservation or is this just... That's the thing we get stuck on. Are you making it look historic and consistent with a historic district, but it's really just a new building? And that's the question that I hear us struggling.
That is the question. And we determined that as a commission. So the commission did determine after, I can't tell, you know, they came back numerous
times. The way your letter is written.
Correct.
It says reconstruction, which yields a look consistent with the neighborhood, which is, I kind of gasped when I was reading your letter because that's exactly what we're asking. The second thing we're asking is that I figured it might be because I read it. I'm like, oh, oops, I missed this in the application. And that's exactly what we're struggling with. The second thing is this question about the accessory building. It is supposed to look accessory in the regs, and Nick just mentioned that it's something that is bothering Nick.
That is correct. And we didn't go there because we were
not
really
your job
on streetscape and being comfortable with the amount of the building that was being saved. And you know, if you work with formulas and percentages, which you do with historic overlay, with FAR, you know, you could say, well, you know, how much of the current building are they, or how much of the current building is being saved, and what percentage of the allowable FAR is that? And if they're just looking for the bonus unit, then, you know, that is something that you can negotiate with them. But we really felt very strongly that this house should be saved. One more thing I did want to mention about the fourth ward. None of those houses, or very few of those houses, are significant art, like the one on 155 Taconic. I mean, there are a few that have a little bit more exciting roof lines and stuff, but it was a working class neighborhood. It was a neighborhood of simplicity, of houses where, you know, workforce housing. And I feel like this, you know, these simple houses weren't significant, but the people that lived there, the workers that built this town, the people who, you know, the everyday people in Greenwich, which, you know, there are fewer and fewer of us around, the real people that, you know, go to work every day at town hall or any other place in Greenwich, you know, it's vanishing. And so we felt that this was a good representation, and we had hoped that this might be an example to others in the Fourth Ward to embrace historic overlay. So the other thing that I'm experiencing is the feeling that we won't have an example of this. We're going to have instead the articles say how
I know, but we talk about this and we say, I raised it at the briefing yesterday, and we say, when I raised it, we can't make a decision because something worse could happen. We can't decide on that basis. We have to look at our regulations and we have to address our regulations. We can't go, well, it's a little bit. We have to make the right decision based on our regulations, which is a little different from your perspective. Okay.
But we also believe that there's a percentage of it is being preserved in the terms that as the Historic District Commission, we believe is preservation. So.
Okay. So one of the questions, I think I've got enough now that I know where to take us from here. Okay. Do you think Nancy Burke wants to speak? I'm not seeing her hand up.
She probably changed her mind now that she knows because we talked about that.
All right. Okay. So Nancy Burke, raise your hand if you want to speak. Thank you, Ms. Larkin.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So some stuff I would love to their point, I don't think we know how much of the building is being saved. We don't know that there's significant being saved here. And that's a question I'm hearing from one member. You know, people, three members have said that they're on the fence. They're not sure how much is being saved. To Nick's point, Nick, can you talk about the rear building rather than me paraphrase you? Where you are with it?
Before I do it, to the design team, right, Ms. Horsey, is there a new design coming, or is it still the same for the rear building?
The rear unit is the design as submitted.
Okay, I would think actually if I remember from what we were talking about the last time, we were talking about actually possibly reducing the roof. I guess there was a third unit or a third room or a bedroom on the roof. Possibly removing that if the property owner was agreeable to that, to make it feel and be perceived as smaller. I think the design for the Lichtenstein actually had a big garage door. It was barn-like, but I think it was that kind of that roof that kind of popped up above the common roof below it. If that's still the same, maybe that's something to take a look at. To bring the ridge heights down to a common level and make it look as if it was the barn to the back of the front house.
Commissioner, I believe Lou looked at a few alternatives and it didn't seem to fit. Lou, did you want to speak to that? We did look at some alternatives.
Lou, you're muted.
Design-wise, somehow it just didn't fit.
No, we did take a look at it briefly. The owner wasn't completely satisfied with what we came up with, and given the deadline that we were under, we didn't pursue it. You know, we put more of our time in the front building and not so much the rear building. So as Rachel said, it is as it was originally at the last meeting.
Chairman McRae, or Commissioner McRae, sorry. I'm not promoting you. Sorry. And no offense to Chairman Ullman either.
That's all right, offense taken, never mind.
We did actually speak to our client before meeting tonight and understood that if if there would be a request to reduce it further. I think he said that even though obviously the wonderful designs that Lou tried to create in terms of reducing and taking that bedroom out of that third floor, not ideal for the client, but he understands if that is a condition or
So
not,
not the
but
size of it. He was okay with reducing it into not a bedroom and a common area.
right. Yeah, taking the bedroom out of that third floor.
So it's not
and for
so it would, yeah, code-wise, it would also not be used as a bedroom, and code-wise, it would not meet bedroom, but it would be a common area. Yeah.
he would be
So when
open
would-
to it if
Yes.
the commission requested for that. Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna look at the designs for the rear. Here's my take. At the very, I need to think about this. I need to consider this. I heard two people say they were, well, one's not voting. I heard two people say, one person who is voting, and actually Dennis to some extent, kind of on the fence, not quite sure, leaning to yes, but aren't real clear. Need time to think, I believe. I need time to think. And I'd like to find out if we have minutes from the HDC discussions. I'd like to know how much of the structure is being saved. I'd like to look at the possibility of redesigning the rear so that it is more accessory. I think accessory is something less than 50%. Just to me, okay, that was my number. If it's over 50%, then it's not an accessory. Yes, Miss Orsi.
When you say 50%, just
Of
in
the
overall
size of the
size,
other structure. 50%
Okay.
the square footage of the other structure. Is what
total
I'm
square
guessing.
footage, we're not footprint.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because
And-
otherwise you could make a tiny footprint in a 3-story building.
And would you
Like
be
a
open
tower.
to increasing the FAR, the size of the main building so that the accessory structure and decreasing less, or?
I don't know. You are below your max FAR, so you are entitled to do that. Okay, so I can't say to you, no, we want smaller buildings because you are within your allowed FAR. So you would have to make that choice. Do I think that we would like to have it be smaller? Sure, but we generally like smaller better than bigger, just as in general. So, any other, so you've made, the site, the text amendment, the map amendment is a must decide tonight, a must close. But there is an extension available, so we would appreciate that. And again, minutes, I'd like to explore if anybody has any idea how much of the building is being saved and what features of the building are being protected. Any other guidance that you guys want to give? No. And just before we do that, are people, I want more time, and I know we always respect that, but if all of you felt very strongly, no, I want to vote now and tonight, I would cede to you. Does anybody feel strongly that they really would like to move on with this?
No. There it is. No.
No,
I would,
okay.
I could move on, but if Mr. Resti is saying no, then it's no.
Yeah. Okay. And Patrick,
I'm sure you said something about 50%. And I'm just trying to understand the comment. And
that accessory building should be less than 50% of the size of the main structure. It's just a stab at what is an accessory building? Because
well,
we don't
we
define
have
it.
definitions of accessory buildings in our
That
so
is, but it doesn't have square footage, doesn't have a percent.
yes, it does. You can
Hold
only
on,
have
hold
a
on,
building-
let me go look.
You can only have an accessory building of it's 800 square feet in this zone.
Right, but but since we're allowing we allow another dwelling unit, it is, what do we say then? We're allowing another dwelling unit. When we say in 6109 that it must be accessory in nature,
It's complementary and secondary.
It's not an.
Complementary and
It's
second.
not an ADU, it's an.
It's not an ADU.
not
It's
an accessory structure.
Accessory is the wrong word.
Yeah, complementary and secondary. I mean, I know you're like, you
So
guys
I
are the
think
living.
it comes down to actually two things. The perceived bulk of the accessory building, because there's no
Exactly.
defined size.
Exactly.
And its architectural style, as if you had an estate on the street, the accessory building would be a barn, garage, greenhouse, something accessory to the primary.
Right.
So in this case, if the building in the back was actually perceived to having less bulk and more barn-like or garage-like, that's what we would be looking for. I think actually we did one on the Hamilton Avenue a couple of years ago, same kind of situation, to make sure that actually it looked bulk-wise and architectural style-wise secondary to the main structure, which was still there, which was a large building.
But Nick, couldn't secondary also be a guest house, a staff house, something like that? Does it have to be a barn or a garage?
Use, it doesn't matter what it is, use, but it's the perception of the building
Of
itself.
secondary. Okay,
Smaller.
so that's the thing. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Orsi.
Just, would we be able to pull up the design of the rear unit? I just want to make sure we're on the same page, so that way, when we go to, take a look at it, we are following the direction clearly. I'm not sure if you have it, or if not, I can, try to pull it up.
Well, Patrick is doing it.
The most recent presentation might not have the architecturals of the-
Staff report, page
774. We're just kidding. 774 is a joke, Nick.
Staff report, page 106 is the front facade of the rear building.
Oh, wait,
This
you're
has
on
been
the-
over a year, so I can imagine it being over 700 pages.
No, it's a joke with Nick.
I knew that was coming.
You knew it was coming as soon as he mentioned a page number ever again. We were gonna go, yeah.
Nick, did
We're
you,
gonna wean him from
were
the
you
book line.
legitimately giving a page number? Sorry, Nick.
Yes, it's the actual, honest to God, individual staff report.
Okay.
For the
1325,
application.
page 106.
106. Okay, thank
I've
you.
learned my lesson.
For the special
poor guy.
permit application.
You joined the in crowd.
The majority. Would that be as a secondary?
Can't beat them, avoid them.
Just moved from secondary to primary.
105, right?
106.
Yep. Okay. I got it. Thank you.
I know when we were looking recently to reconfigure the design, we were looking to in the bottom central visual, taking that dormer off or putting it on the back side, so that way visually it wasn't that's just the roof line. Would that be something that the commission is looking for in terms of reducing overall, obviously, other than you're asking for, it sounds like 50% of size, but just more from a visual perspective? If that was rather a roof line than a dormer, would that meet what the commission's looking for?
To me, it has to look like it's not as it isn't competing with the front building. And I don't know how an architect accomplishes that. So that's all that's all. We're not going to give you much guidance. That maybe somebody can give you guidance, but I can't.
Madam Chair, with your permission, can I make suggestions?
Yes, of course. Even though you deny you did it the last time, I bet they know you did.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I would say, I would start with the materials in the building and simplify them. So stone, I can understand the stone foundation, that makes sense. But I would say that actually stone to that level and stop. Less ornate with columns, that kind of thing. I would say, if the client's okay with this, removing that third unit or whatever unit is at the top to make a common roof line. And then I would actually look at the floor to ceiling heights. This would actually get you to a point where you may be able to reduce the height of the building 10 feet, 9 feet, make them 8 feet, you probably save some room there and bring everything down. Just things I'm seeing face value from looking at the elevation here. Those are my ideas. It's up to the design team to figure this out and what they would like to do.
Lou, does that all make
Yeah.
sense? Or did you?
I don't disagree with Nick's, approach. Yeah, they're all valid. The concept here, when I designed it was, I wanted it to appear as though it were maybe a carriage house that was added on to, thereby increasing the size that you currently have. But I also understand what Madam Chairman, that magic number, whether it's 50% or 40% or 45. If you can give us direction on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, you know what? I'm curious.
Yeah.
We have a lot on the record when we did the Calhoun application. Tracy Patrick, can you send the commission the decision letter for Calhoun? The final decision?
Yeah.
I think that would help because we make findings about the second building. And I think that'll help give us a context because it may be a lot more generous than what we're remembering at the moment.
Primary building was much, much larger than what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, and that's
Madam Chair, maybe perhaps the language and the regulations can help us here, and it's talking about designs evocative or characteristics distinctive of the period. I think if the second building is more like other buildings that are detached in the district, perhaps that would be I'm not a mandate, but a good exercise. I'm not sure there's a lot of 3-story or 2-story dormer detached buildings around in this area. So I think I'm suggesting, I'm not asking the applicant, but if the commission agrees, that might be something that would be more appropriate with the historic district.
It's supposed to mimic the features found in the primary structure. Right? That isn't, I'm not quoting from the language of the regulation, but that's, I think, the essence of what its intention is.
And I would propose in terms of a ratio 40%, because your original building is 40% of the new one. And just to keep things consistent, I'd be closer to 40% than 50%.
okay.
Is that 40%, is that, or 50%, is that the square footage of the building or
Yes.
the bulk of the building?
Well, it's the I mean, how can you be the bulk, be 40% and the square footage not be? I mean, that's architect talk. dude.
Because you
That's
could,
architect talk, dude.
you could have a tiny little building that's tall
Yeah.
and it'll look at
No. We were saying the square footage. I answered Ms. Orsi's question when she asked me specifically, and I
so-
said, because I don't want you to make a teeny footprint with a big tall building.
Madam Chair, that was also part of the discussion we had with Calhoun, was that the applicant was sort of doing that, where the building was very large in its volume and not in its required square footage. And that was a touching point for the commission too, is the bulk of the building. So it's Mr.
Well,
Macri.
Patrick also at play there was FAR, and they in that instance, they argued that some of the space in the building, like the attic and the proportion and the regulation with regard to its percentage to the other floor area, allowed them to increase the overall size of the house, and not really, because they weren't counting all of the square footage, right?
Yeah, and you're hitting right on my point. If we're talking about comparable square footages, I think the applicant needs to know what that denominator is.
Mhm,
That comment.
yes.
So if we're not talking floor area as we calculate in the regulations,
Right.
are we talking just gross square footage, and we're just going to ignore the floor area calculations for this point as a apples to apples, that's the kind of thing I'm trying to help direct.
Yeah.
Right, and that's that, I think that's where we were going with this. If you introduce FAR and the technical aspects of what gets counted and what doesn't, you're going to have oranges mixed with apples.
Right. Okay. That I just
Okay.
wanted to
So,
be clear.
yeah, so we're getting an extension and we've given some guidance and we're going to try to get more information and we're going to chew on this. And do you think the next meeting we have is loaded, Patrick?
It is. I would really prefer that we take the time and have it come back on
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to look at our deadlines here. Sorry.
No, we're okay with time. If they give us an extension, but you just need to tell them what to do on the map amendment, that has it's got a max extension to 3/1.
Yeah.
And so does the site plan. So,
Right.
but it would be better if we
An
got them
extension.
on.
Yeah, it's just a very tight turnaround, one, but two, we have a lot of other applications still.
Yep. Okay. All righty. Okay. So thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
And I think we get to say goodbye now to Mr. Basili. And I have a question for you guys. I don't know how long it's going to take to get through the discussion item. Do you want to grab a bite? Sorry, before we go to the discussion item, because it might take a while. That's the Bailiwick Club. Oh,
You get
Ms. Orsi, you have to
226 Mason, don't you?
No,
No? All right.
no.
Was that postponed?
You've got decision items, no?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, and Mason, remember at the end of the meeting yesterday, Mason isn't ready because they don't have the traffic light figured out. And there were some outstanding DPW comments that we're waiting to have addressed. And Greenwich American doesn't want us to decide because they want to do the site plan and they're not ready. The site plan's not finished. So they don't want us to do the other two, and they've given us the extensions. And Mason has given us the extension to 3/1.
Okay.
Yeah, I was confused too. Yesterday was like one of the first things I asked. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, and the reason they're there is because we intended to discuss it at this meeting, but then it didn't materialize before the
We're
final.
still in the public hearing, so we're about to close the public hearing. I don't know how long Bailiwick's going to take, and we have one quick motion to make. What do you guys want to do? You want to take a 15-minute break and grab a bite, or do you want to keep going?
15 minutes, please.
Perfect. I was hoping you'd say that. And Mr. Basili,
Good night. Happy New Year and good night.
good night and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was nice seeing you.
Nice to see you too. Thanks for the short meeting. All right.
We didn't think it was short.
Okay.
Okay, I'm stopping the recording. So remember to turn it on in 15 minutes, okay?
Well,
All right.
No quorum yet, Madam Chair.
Well, we're a quorum.
Really? 4?
Yeah,
we're not voting on this either, so that's
yeah, 4 is a quorum. No, but
Oh.
it's good for him to know that. So four is a quorum for us.
Okay.
I just need to know who is presenting in the audience because there we go.
David Fink.
Thank you.
Mr. Fink.
Mr. Fink.
Perfect. I'm going to promote Mr. Fink.
I beat Peter Levy back. That's a joke. Okay, sorry.
It's a good one.
It's funny because we didn't say anything about the arborvitaes tonight. So I was laughing. I missed him. Okay, we're waiting for Nick, right?
Oh, I'm not the last. Okay, good.
Yep. All right. Hello, Mr. Fink. We're just waiting for one more of our members to return.
Great. I'll try to fix the lighting.
There he is. That's okay. We can sort of see you.
Okay, sorry.
I'm here, so.
Okay. All right, so our next item on our agenda is a pre-application for the Bailiwick Club, which is for a proposed adjustment of their hours, as well as the request for the ability to sell and distribute alcoholic beverages at the club at 12 Duncan Drive in the RA1 zone. And with that, Mr. Fink, we've read your letter. And our first question to you was, can you tell us the history of you not being given what happened, how that it evolved that you don't have the liquor license?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge. So the club was founded a little over 50 years ago in 1971. And in our original Greenwich zoning and planning charter, it was just our operating hours were defined as 9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Right.
And you know, at the time it listed that we didn't have the ability to sell or dispense liquor or alcoholic beverages. It was at a time where I think our club was founded before the majority of the houses were built in the Bailiwick community. You know, Perry Duncan, the original architect who bought 200 acres of land in Glenville, you know, gave the club the land or the original founders to create a club that would have no restrictions on race, religion, or gender. Why the original restriction was put in, though, I do not know.
Yeah, we were just curious. So we're going to try to find out, because we were thinking that you're the only club that is not allowed to serve alcohol, but you were also kept from having it. You are also prohibited from serving food other than at a snack bar. And so that's different from all the clubs as well. And we were all curious how that evolved in the discussions and how that came to be.
No, I worked, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and thank you very much to, you know, both. I want to just just to make the commission aware of both Doreen Carol Andrews and Bianca Digert at the office. I'm new to this, my first zoning meeting, but they were incredibly helpful in getting me up to speed. And yeah, I think as we did the research together, you know, we're both surprised, or not sure surprised, but yeah, we're the only club really with the limitations on the alcohol. And to our knowledge, I'm doing some individual calls to individual clubs, but with real restrictions on operating hours as well.
Yeah. And it's interesting. What we do know is that it's only recently that we did have alcohol restrictions in the commercial zones. You know, the establishments had to be a certain distance apart, but not in the clubs. Okay, so that was the question that I think we raised. We read your letter that it's hard to get members interested with your current hours of operation, especially the 7 a.m. start. You would prefer over 9 a.m. because when people want to go do something in the summer, they want to go in the cooler hours, and that you would like to be able to have events. And is there anything else you want to tell us? And then we'll just quickly.
Yeah, I maybe just to give a little more context, which I didn't know how much to really disclose in the initial letter, but just to give you guys the full context. So, you know, what's been going on at the club recently is the club has been struggling, unfortunately. You know, just to give a little context. So I decided to join the board over the summer, and now I'm president as of last month, because historically the club is average. Oh, well, I don't know about congrats. I'm learning. It's a thankless job, and I imagine a lot of you feel you do a lot of work and little, you know, mostly complaints. But the club is incredibly important to me and my family. It's an integral part of our friends community, and you know, historically the club has always averaged about 230 memberships. We're allowed up to 250 under our zoning. Unfortunately, in 2024, we dipped down to 201, which over the last 10 years was significantly below even the previous lowest year, which was 215. It's happening at the same time. A lot of that is due to an overhang, which I believe came through before the commission last year. We're going to be going forward with a renovation of our pool, which needs to be done because the pool was built over 50 years ago and it's past its useful recommended life. So the decline in membership is happening at a time where we need to raise a bunch of capital and pay that loan back to finance a large CapEx project. So the club is on the ropes a bit. You know, we're taking a number of initiatives and changes. We hired an outside consultant to do a review of the club, and they kind of gave us a list of a number of initiatives that they thought would be very meaningful. So we're bringing a new club manager, a new director of rackets, And the other couple of things that highlighted really was the operating hours are a real restriction for members. Particularly the 7 to not being able to use our club facilities before 9 a.m., particularly for tennis, is a real restriction. One, for bringing a top quality director of rackets. A lot of, during the week, they don't really teach other than before 9 or kind of after school's out around 3. So it's really limiting a lot of their earnings ability to attract a high quality pro. We already don't open our pool until 10 a.m. on any day, so we're not asking for like a ton of traffic at 7 a.m. or something. It's just to have the ability to have a few people, take lessons, play tennis, as well as for a lot of younger families who, it's nowadays we live in a world where you can actually play tennis from 7 to 8 a.m. and be on a Zoom call at 8:15 back home because you don't, it's just a different world nowadays. And, the price point we play in Greenwich, we're at a much lower price point relative to pretty much every other country club, a significantly lower price point. That's the offering we're trying to stay open for our members, but we also do compete with things like Lifetime Fitness. So if their courts open at 7 and we're a similar price point, it just makes it very difficult for us. So I think for us, the most important thing is that early morning operating hours for the tennis, at least, is incredibly important. We on the later side, we're not allowed to have lights in the facility. We're not asking to have lights in the grounds. The request to go till 10 p.m. was mostly because we currently actually are allowed to do that with our paddle courts during the winter. So we're kind of just asking for the same thing in the summer. At times you kind of can play with light out till about 9 o'clock, and then rather than just having to run out of the club, give people the opportunity to sit, stretch, relax a little bit. But we don't have lights on the property, and we're not asking to be able to like put up lights to throw outdoor party late at night or anything. And then on the alcohol request, just to give a little more context, like we are a family first club. I have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. We about family events, family safety. It's really kind of just on the margin. Does someone want, we're not throwing like crazy events or a bar or anything like that. As you said, we don't have the formal dining. It's really just, can someone have the ability to, after playing a tennis match at night, sit down and just enjoy a quick drink before heading home, or on the weekend, just just taking a break from their kids, just have one drink. And of course, everything will be according to laws, state, local, federal, all laws will be followed. And I believe our own rules of the club are well stricter than regulations, but of course everything we followed. And then just lastly, for context, is I think I just saw kind of the feedback some of the people in the community had written up, and I have, I didn't know there was actually a Bel Air Association. I don't believe it's a formal association, but I reached out to them, and we had a pretty good Zoom call together, and I told them I'm willing to work with them in any way. And a lot of their concerns are around speeding. So we've been working together to figure out ways, one, largely like it's the speeding is a police enforcement question, but we've been working on ways, we went to the town to see if we could put up speed bumps or white fence in the area, but that wasn't allowed due to, issues with fire safety. And then we also, though, I did put a proposal to the association to buy one of those signs that shows you how fast you're going, which has been shown to reduce speeding. So we are willing to work with them and contribute. But yeah, we're more just wanted to get feedback on what can make our application, because we do want to submit for an actual real application, and what changes we should make just to make it viable. Because it's just a really kind of important pivotal time for the club, and we hope to be able to survive and provide this service for the club. But time is ticking against us, unfortunately.
Okay. One more question for you, and then I'll turn it over to the rest of the commission. In reading an article that one of our members sent us about you, Peter Malkin was one of your founders, I think.
And Bruce Warwick, yes.
Yeah. They may be able to give you the history of what happened. That may be a real quick and dirty way just to ask.
I'm in contact with both of them because they both financially very well off, and asking them for help with the loan for the pool project. And while they're supportive, spiritually, not supportive financially, but I can definitely reach out to them and ask that question.
Well, then just say, since you're not supportive financially, you could support us spiritually by helping us with P&Z and giving us the background.
Yes.
So he may be able to give you some fill you in on it. All right, so turning it over to the commission, Mr. McRae.
Yes, Mr. Fink, do the members, are they allowed to actually bring alcohol into the premises? for personal consumption?
So, members the club itself is not involved in anything. Members on private lands can choose to do what they want.
No, but so somebody can bring, if somebody is at the snack bar, they could have a bottle of wine with them.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. McRae.
That's good. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, and Madam Jones.
I have a couple of questions. One, how many of the residents of the Bailiwick are actually members of the club, or sort of what is your, I guess, mix of residents versus people outside the immediate community?
So of the 201 members from 2024, I can follow up with the exact number, but I know of at least, I would say it's probably in the 6 to 12 range, but I can get back to you with the exact number. A larger part of membership is from outside the, of course, we always would love them to join, and we try to make a competitive offering given that they're so close by, but it's definitely a pretty high income area in that. So a lot of those members kind of join nicer golf clubs, but some of them do join our club as well.
Okay, so the other question I have is sort of there was something, I guess it was actually part of the article that mentioned that primarily your season and your hours are from Memorial Day to Labor Day, but then you mentioned also that the paddle is in the winter, so you do that. So are you open year round, or can you tell me us a little bit more about your schedule and your hours?
Yeah. So for the way the year works, the tennis season generally starts. We don't open the courts depending on weather, mid to late April, and the tennis courts are open and functional to generally the first snow. So usually or if it gets too cold, usually around November we'll close them. We'll have the courts open for members to use. Necessarily pros and clinics and stuff like that may not start up though until closer to kind of May, Memorial Day, maybe 1st of May. The pool opens on Memorial Day and usually closes either on Labor Day or the week after Labor Day. And then paddle tennis is technically open all year round, but it's primarily a winter sport. We have the ability to use our lights from October to March. I guess as part of this, we make a slight request to allow us to be able to use the courts in September and April too, because there are times where people do play paddle. And it does get dark early, so that would be a request as well. I don't, I know we got their approval to do the paddle lights 2 years ago, and I know that was the request. We only got it for the 6 months, but season does start. So for some people, it starts a bit earlier. So if we could have that as well, it'd be a nice add-on, but of course not a huge deal.
When you talk about members, you're talking sort of about a family unit? I mean, I noticed that they talked about the fact that it was open to all, all genders, religion. It was supposed to be open to all, but you're not talking like a husband and wife and
membership. I should use 201 memberships. It's both families and singles. I think we have about 140 families and 60 singles currently.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Wells.
Yeah, thank you. So just looking at the, I went on your website and you have a decent sized main building. I mean, I can't tell exactly, but could you possibly serve meals there if you do your strategic plan, and that would be important for members? That's one question. The other is, do you use the building for anything else? Do people like play bridge there, or there are other activities, under the roof?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think the medium-term vision is this is part of a number of the initiatives we're working on, but the medium-term vision is to actually have more events in the winter. Right now, the clubhouse largely is closed, other than for the paddle league on Tuesday and Wednesday nights. We open it to people to use the bathrooms, but we'd love to in the winter, have someone actually reach out to us about Mahjong night and things like that. In terms of a formal dining offering in the winter, I have to look into the ability. We haven't ever looked into the ability to actually use our snack bar over the winter. We don't have the ability to run the food and beverage on our own with our budget. We actually outsource it to Glenville Deli, and they're willing to do it during the high traffic times over the summer. But I don't, we have to figure out someone like a cost efficient operation for that, because at least minors, a lot of other clubs lose money on their F&B, so we have to figure out a way to make the finances work. And historically with our events, people don't find it like very expensive events, like going to a $50 dinner is not something that our membership finds attractive. It's more of like the come play round robin tennis and have some chips is kind of like where more our clientele sits in. But you know, if we could do that stuff, yeah, I mean, that'd be amazing, of course. And it's with the new club manager, we hope to pursue some of those initiatives.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other, so, what we normally do at this point, since nobody else has any questions, is we ask if there's any public comment. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application from the Bailiwick Club to increase their hours and obtain the ability to serve liquor? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, we did get some letters from the public that were up, the hand went up.
There was a Sonic, I think, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the hand is up. And yes. It's not up now. Again, if you wish to,
Madam,
there we go. Okay,
Sorry,
hello.
Sonic is our dog. Our kids changed our Zoom name.
That's okay. Happens to the best of us.
If you don't mind
All
just
right.
giving your name for the commission, please. Sorry.
Yeah, we're Brett and Sarah Kovacs. We've been members there for 12 years and live in the neighborhood too.
CK.
KOVACS.
Thank you.
So, go ahead. Please give us your comments.
Yeah, we have really enjoyed being members of Bailiwick for the past 10 years. We really love our neighborhood. We have had a constant fight with management about traffic and safety with our kids. It has been a constant battle. We have just lost Gary, who's been the manager, who was our touchstone, who was the person that did help kind of get in touch with members who were speeding and driving unsafely. And so we as a we as a family, we as members of Bailiwick are strongly against the alcohol, being able to, for the club to serve alcohol. A majority of our neighbors are also against it. When we went around with the petition, I think everyone but one agreed to sign it, and they were against it. It is a majority of people from outside the neighborhood that come in. They don't treat us with respect. They don't care. And it's been a very frustrating experience. We enjoy the club. I'm a little confused because there's so many things that I've been told after being members of 10 years that is only a seasonal club. We asked if we could have a camp possibly for kids. We were told that that is not in the charter. I've been told that it is only a charter for the club to be operational in the summer hours. It can't be used during the winter. The clubhouse can't be used, that was in the charter. So I am a little surprised by some of the initiatives, but we have enjoyed it as a local family club where we play tennis, kids swim, play paddle.
Yeah, in Bailiwick neighborhood, as you guys may know, it's 60 houses. There's children or grandchildren in every single house. There's people always walking around. This is asking, like, and Bailiwick is comprised of, at least who show up, are like largely Westchester families. They're young families. So we're basically saying families with young children should drink and drive, especially in our neighborhood where there's just people active all the time. So I do understand your point, David, on like opening up early. I don't disagree with that at all. I think that's like a fair thing to do, but having people stay later and drinking more and doing whatever, I don't think it's fair to Greenwich residents and especially Bailiwick residents.
So I want to step you guys back for a second. This traffic issue that keeps coming up, and it came up in an email we got. What is the nature of this traffic issue?
It's just speeding all the time, and like we've tried to put in.
But specifically related to the club or to the
Yes.
neighborhood?
To the club. So we have a bus stop at the corner of Bailiwick Road and Duncan. And our buses let out at around the same time many of the after-school tennis lessons start. So people zoom in and go so fast through this bus stop, so fast down Duncan Drive. It's just a straight shot to the club. We had management that was very responsive to us about this, but it is a constant fight we have to have of reporting license plates.
Okay, and your roads, you're on a town-owned road at the time. So you
Yes.
asked the town, yes, okay, so the town can't, having speed bumps in the Bailiwick in Duncan Drive doesn't do much for you, right? That's not town-owned, right, Duncan Drive? Or is
It
it
is.
also?
It is town, yeah.
So speed bumps there would not be supported by DPW probably. Mr. Lowe.
Yes, I thought you mentioned the word Westchester, and I was curious, the composition of your membership. You said there was a small percentage, I thought, that were from Bailiwick proper. What is the disposition of more local people, meaning from the Glenville area?
Oh, Glenville.
Versus outside in the Westchester area or other places?
Well, I'll get you the exact on Glenville. We're as a whole, the club, about 2/3 Greenwich and then 1/3 non-Greenwich. So it's Westchester, Stamford, other places.
Okay. I try to get a handle on the degree of influence of people who might be less sensitive to the needs of the immediate.
And just to
community.
comment, you know, I think I sympathize a lot, and I am, you know, as someone who, you know, a young kid to the club, 4 and 1 years old, you know, we don't want speeding from anyone. A lot of people in the community speed. We are very strict with our members. It's in our new member orientation, something we highlight as the first point. And the majority of our emails to the club, we emphasize in bold the bottom, please go the speed limit in the Bailiwick community. So we are 100% supportive. And as I said before, we are working with the association to figure out ways to lower the speeding of everyone who travels to the community, you know, workers for people in houses who live in the community. And then just to make things factual correct, so this was told to me by the previous president, but, you know, we have not received a complaint on speeding or traffic in the last 2 years that he was president. So just want to be factually accurate.
No, because people would go straight to Gary. People would go straight to the manager and he would handle it. I can give you a list of people and probably as well for issues.
That would be interesting, just because Gary, the previous manager, who, because of unfortunately his ineffectiveness in a number of ways, has no power to reprimand members and has to go through the board. So he never brought it up to us.
Okay, so you guys aren't supposed to be talking to each other. People are only supposed to talk to us, just so you know. And I think we've heard your position, Mr. and Ms. Kovacs, so we're gonna thank you
Great.
and see if there's anybody else. Thank you very much, folks. Is anybody else from the public wish to speak? Kindly raise your virtual hand. This is on the Bailiwick Club. No, okay, so you've got some objection from within your ranks. I don't think, oh, somebody just raised their hands. Mr. Cullen, can you let him in? I cannot. I am totally unable to let people in tonight. Okay, he went away? No, there he is. G.A. Fleet. Okay, Mr. Cullen, please go ahead.
Good evening. How are you today?
We're all good.
I live on Bailiwick Wood Circle overlooking the club. We're in an adjacent property. And to echo the comments of the past members who just spoke, as well as the letters to the board on speeding, as that is absolutely an issue that we face as a community involved with the club. The other aspect to the recent changes that the club was granted for having lit paddle tennis during the winter season has also become an issue, as the club has had some issues with adhering to the restrictions that are related to those lights, primarily in terms of turning them off at the appropriate time. So the idea of extending the hours throughout the year is a concern just in terms of being in compliance for that, given their past missteps.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
We may be able to address some of that. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Collin.
Madam Chair, is it possible to respond just to that comment?
Yes, you can respond to us.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just on that, just so you're aware, the lights automatically shut off at 10 p.m.
Mhm.
They're programmed to. We don't have the ability to keep them on after 10 p.m. and they shut off. Though I will, be sensitive that on daylight savings time, when the hours clocks are rolled back, they were off by an hour. So I do apologize about that.
The other thing is, just have your electrician look, the town had to install shields on the paddle tennis courts in some of the parks. So if you don't have if the lights aren't shielded, you're grandfathered to have them, but sometimes it really helps we had to do it because we had a whole line of people complaining about the lights at night in the winter. Folks,
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
Just
telling
responding,
you.
the resident that's closest to the paddle lights, we've been talking in conversation with him. He signed a letter saying he not bother, doesn't see the paddle lights as just the one that's
Somebody
closest.
else minds. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the way the world works.
understand.
So when Ms. Kovacs said that the charter doesn't allow, you have 3 different sets of issues. Somebody else has raised their hand. Patrick, I can't even see who it is who's raised their hand. It's so
Yeah,
weird.
it's Niels Nielsen is the
Okay,
hand
all
raised.
right. Can you promote him?
yeah,
Because I can't even see who has their hand. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, I got him for a second and then,
They're in the room now.
okay, go ahead, Mr. Nielsen, if you would unmute. Mr. Nielsen, if you would unmute. I wish we could unmute people, but then they might be fighting with her.
Okay.
There you go, all set.
Okay, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
Leslie Stein, Nils's wife.
Okay,
And-
hello.
Hi, we've been here for like 35 years, and we also were members of the club some time ago. And I've done some research on the history of the club just to give you a little background. When it was started, they agreed to hours that would go from 9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. People who live adjacent to the club have told me that with a 9 a.m. start at the tennis courts, the grooming starts at 7:30. So whatever time they're asking for now, you have to assume that they will now start an hour and a half earlier grooming the courts, and those people will hear it. So I don't know, it's gonna be 5:30 in the morning or something. The membership was limited to 250 members. The recreational facilities shall not be lighted. Obviously, that was changed. The activities shall be confined to those of swimming and tennis membership. Other activities associated with the country club shall not be permitted. Accordingly, there shall be no dancing or eating facilities except a snack bar or the sale or dispensing of liquor or other alcoholic beverages. And then there would be no ingress or egress from Angelus Drive. They negotiated that when the club was started, so it's closed there. And then it talks about how they'll plant trees and the elevations of the tennis courts and how the retaining wall shall be used. I think the issue with traffic is such a sore point because this is a neighborhood that's all dead ends. And actually there are 70 homes if you include both the Bailiwick homes and the homes in Bailiwick Woods Association. And everything's a dead end. So a lot of people, even from outside our neighborhood, do come in to walk dogs and take walks on our streets. So, and we have no sidewalks. So you see more people on the road than you would normally see on a street where there's a thoroughfare going through. And that's all I wanted to point out because I have looked at the background.
Thank you very much. All right, this I can do for some reason. All right, so Mr. Fink, you have 2 baskets of issues. First of all, or at least 2. First of all, from our perspective, we're open to your argument and to hearing it because we're looking at all the other clubs. Some of them have residential close by to them. We're looking at what they have, and we want to do something that's fair and equitable. That's why we wanted to understand the history. So that's from our perspective. The speeding issue in town and in the United States is universal right now. Vehicle-related mortalities are at record highs. Again, in Connecticut, this is a problem. It's just something that happened post-pandemic. We are always talking to everybody in town that works on this to find answers. You tried to get the speed bumps. The town doesn't like them because of snow plows and emergency vehicles, so they tend to resist them. We could probably get more signage if we asked really nicely, but in any event, we're open to what you're proposing, and we're happy to hear it and to consider it and understand what the impact would be on the neighborhood. But what I see is that you have a second set of issues, which is that the surrounding residents, as well as potentially maybe some of your members, are dead set against. And if they come out en masse to protest you doing this, that's going to set you back, because it's going to set you back in your relationships with the community as well as with your members. So not necessarily with us, because we would try to take a more bird's eye perspective. So our staff is happy to give you guidance on next steps and to come in with a formal application. But as you do that, I would suggest to you that the most important guidance we can give to you is, how do you get the neighborhood support? What would it take for you to get some kind of consensus support on initiatives from both your members and the surrounding neighborhood? And how can you keep the relationship with the neighborhood, and what can you do? So for example, what happens if you open at 7? Are you going to make more noise, and are there going to be leaf blowers, and is that going to make everybody crazy? It's all of those things. So I would basically suggest to you that you do a whole bunch of outreach in your neighborhood first and get people behind you, find a consensus that people can live with, and then come back to us, because we're not your challenge here.
Right.
That's my take.
That's great.
I don't think, I mean, we could find something, and we can be very cranky sometimes, but right now we're like, oh, but the other clubs are allowed to do this. We haven't seen what it could be. So the thing is, how do you come forward with that?
Well, yeah, I guess a little bit of guidance for me. So we did host a Zoom call. I did host a
Yeah.
Zoom call with the town, and so largely when I talk to people one-on-one. So I guess of the different buckets. So first, of our membership, of course, I think the vast majority is supportive, and
Okay, so your
anyone that's lived-
membership's okay. the
Anyone who's lived in
surround-
the community. Oh, this is a
Yeah.
huge thing we're pushing in the membership. Yeah, hugely,
Yeah,
actually
okay.
supportive. Then I understand there's the community, which we are a part of as well, and we care 100% about safety. People, our members walk the community. My children, my wife, when we used to put our baby to sleep, would walk the community. We are 100% in favor and supportive of figuring out ways to stop speeding from everyone in the community.
Right.
Unfortunately, to some extent, our hands are tied, because that is a question for enforcement and police. And we want to be supportive as possible with signage. We tried the speed bumps and the fences. I did send a specific electronic sign that will show you the speed of your car, which studies have shown has gotten people to reduce rate. I sent that over to the
Yeah,
association, and willing to contribute, and we're willing as a club, willing to contribute to the
Oh,
cost.
you can, no, you don't even have to do that. You just write the town, and the town will put one up for you.
Okay. Yeah, so we're
Okay.
working with that, and Stacy Young with the
Bianca can
association.
help you with that. We get them in my neighborhood like all the time, like
Great.
once
So
every
this is a
couple of years.
permanent one that is like solar
Yeah.
powered. So you're just leaving it.
Yeah, no, but you can get it for a while from the town and see if you can have an impact first.
The community asked not to. I asked for that. They didn't want. The association asked me not to look for that because they thought it would not look attractive. The temporary one. So
They're the same.
Well, this one is like a special. It's called Flock Safety. It's a
Okay,
new company.
I'll
Anyways,
let you do it. That
Yeah.
is in our, I'm sorry, I don't want to rabbit hole on that,
Yeah.
on that.
Sorry, yeah,
But-
I apologize.
So, but I'm saying something different to you. Whatever you ask us for, it would be good if you could have support from the community.
Right.
Because
Well, I guess
otherwise, so when you come back, what my guidance to you, and Peter Lowe's also got his hand up, is try to have gotten community support so that what you do, if we give you extra flexibility that it works for the community because they've already bought into it. But if we do it and they hate every second of it, it isn't they're protesting here, but they're going to make it, it's all going to become a very difficult situation. So how can you build something going forward? And we're
Because
willing to
if-
work with you on whatever initiatives you request.
Thank you. And I guess the guidance just for me is new to this, and I've talked to the community is, so I in the Zoom call, I asked like, hey, I'm willing to discuss and negotiate. What are the important things to you? And the response I got from really only a couple people were speaking on the Zoom, but was, hey, we don't need to give you anything. We don't want to negotiate on the hours or the alcohol, and then kind of like go somehow, show us you can lower speeding, because I'm working on that, but I can only do so much in the lowering speeding. So I just don't know what like.
Well, one argument you could make is that you might lower speeding by having the traffic more spread out during the day with the extra hours. I don't know. Dennis, hold on a second, because Mr. Lowe's had his hand up for a while, and then Dennis. Go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, a couple of things. It sounds as though there's an assumption, but that there's been no data collected that there's a correlation between people having a beer or having a drink and suddenly increased speeding. So there are a number of other clubs in town that are in neighborhoods. The Millbrook Club, Innis Arden in Old Greenwich, the Field Club on Lake Avenue.
Field Club.
They're in residential areas. It might be interesting.
Millbrook.
I said
Well,
Millbrook.
Millbrook. Yeah, Millbrook has speed bumps.
Well,
Yeah, there are 10. There are 10. I can pull the full list here.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
my point is that it might be instructive to solicit input from some of these other clubs to see what their experience with regard to the incidence of speeding and how they handle it. And that may help you with your immediate community as well. And and if there any data that you can collect, such as what is the current incidence of speeding, and is it reasonable to assume that there's going to be some sort of significant correlation with alcohol and increased speeding? I mean, it may sound like it's an obvious thing, but I would be interested in what some of these other neighborhood clubs in residential areas, what their experience is and how they've been dealing with a problem, if it's a problem.
Yeah, we're just trying to get you to build support. Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah, I still have a concern on why they put these restrictions in to start.
I know.
This is not like other clubs. Now maybe they did the same thing, but this was a club started, there was a negotiated settlement, and now they want to change it. And the neighbors, as you said, don't seem to be very happy about that. So I'm not sure paralleling this to other clubs makes a lot of sense, because this club apparently negotiated something and was able to build. This is like, hey, there wasn't an airport in my backyard when I bought my house, but now there's an airport. This is a lot like, I bought a house and the club expanded, and now they want to do all kinds of things that we didn't want them to do. So I don't think it's parallel to every other club in Greenwich. It would be helpful to find out what other clubs do to control speeding and, but drinking, a little more sensitive there. So I don't know. It doesn't sound like they're going to get support from the neighbors. So they got to make a strategic decision where they want to come back and submit to us an application where they change their charter, basically. And we go through that whole process. And you pointed out.
Yeah. And we just, that you act on that. Mr. Wells.
Those two quick thoughts on, preparing the tennis courts. You could shift it from before the day opens to like midday, 12:30 to 2. A lot of people don't want to play tennis then because it's too hot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's obvious. And then I certainly sense from some of the people calling in, they don't think there's any enforcement. They call the manager and I guess he didn't do anything. Well, maybe they call you, make an example of a couple people, and the word gets out hey, if you're speeding, you're going to get suspended from bailiwick, for a couple of weeks. You do it twice, you're suspended for the season or something. Have some real teeth to it. And then the word gets out in the neighborhood, hey, these guys are serious. They view it the same as us. Obviously you do, you have young kids, but it's too much now on us versus them. And as Madam Chair says, it's got to be more of a we, and you're perfectly well positioned to do that. No one's going to care more than you about, the safety of your children. So that's just my 2 thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. We're happy to hear you. We're open, we're curious about the history. We want to be supportive, but at the same time, you've got this issue that if you can at least reduce it, it would, and the other thing is there's probably studies as to the extent to which alcohol induces speed limit violations.
Yeah.
And you just, God made AI now.
Yeah.
It's also common sense.
Excuse me?
It's common sense too.
Right. Well, but the question is, is that really happen? Are people doing the research? Is it valid as an assumption? Is it valid for you to assume that your traffic will spread out? And we're going to ask you those questions. So you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Is there anything else you want to ask us?
Yeah, just clarifications on some things,
Sure.
just to clarify some of the points as well as some questions. So definitely we'll get the history to the extent that Peter Malkin or Bruce worked. Some of the family members have it. Of course, older, but hopefully that the memories will help. Just on the history though, the club, I guess this is to a point that Commissioner Yeski made. The club was built before, I think, the vast majority, if not all, the houses were built. So I have to get the history on the original deal that was made, but the houses weren't up when the club was built. So I think we are more similar to other clubs in Greenwich. The club was here first on that, I think. I think that would make us more similar to them. Yeah.
What's interesting is I was thinking the opposite, that these conditions were put in place to placate neighborhood opposition. That's what it felt like to us yesterday, because it's not something that we come across, these kinds of restrictions. And so as we read this and talked about it, we wondered what the genesis was. And is it because there was some sort of resident opposition at the time? Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, I guess my conclusion was that with the limited hours and the fact that it's only tennis and pool, that when it was originally established, it wasn't intended to be a significant presence. It was a seasonal presence for people who are nearby. And that was 50 years ago, and life's changed and the area is more populated. So, I was surprised at what I would consider kind of the ancient tone of the 1971 restrictions, because it's kind of like, oh, it's a Sunday school, it's a summer camp. And if it is a family recreational camp, obviously you expect to have a little more flexibility in what you can do and when you can do it.
And for example, we let all the other country clubs have camps in the summer. So
yeah, we don't have a restriction on, just to correct some of the things I think that said. There's no restriction on us having camps. We're not a seasonal club. It's open full year round. That's not in our. I can pull up the original zoning if you'd like me to, but that's not in the zoning restriction. I think someone else.
No, we know that. We read it yesterday.
I'm sorry if I created the wrong impression. I'm just saying that in 71, it may very well be that the intent was that this be more limited than
there was the intent when it was originally built for it to only be members of the association. I do know that, but then they couldn't source the members, so they expanded.
Well, it was probably designed as an amenity just for this association.
Yes.
And the limitations that were existing then were not maybe all that intentional. It was just like, how about we offer a pool and some tennis and see how that goes? I don't, there probably was nothing more to it than that. It's a neighborhood facility.
Except when their permit was given them, those restrictions went into the permit, which means somebody wanted to do them. Madam Jones.
Back to that, I mean, it does seem to me that it would be an amenity for that community, and I was surprised to hear that there's probably only 6 members.
Six
you know,
to 12.
in
Let
that
me get you the exact number. That could be all.
but it's
let me get you the
right.
number.
But it doesn't sound like it's a huge number. I would almost think that almost everyone would be in that. I mean, I had a perception that people who lived in Bailiwick were members, unless, maybe they just really didn't use it anymore, and there was sort of an opt-out when you got older and you weren't really using the facilities. But I would have thought that would have been something. So I don't know if there's a way
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so if it's not the way it is, and I know it was set up to sort of be open to, or it seemed to be open to sort of just more than just the bailiwick, but if there's a way to somehow encourage or incentivize people who are in the community to become members, I don't,
My guess,
We would love that.
my guess, and again, I'm just guessing, it's like my neighborhood. It makes a generational transition every X number of years. Everybody gets to be into their 60s and they stop doing certain things. So I'm wondering if their population hasn't aged out from the active sports.
Or
that they don't have
whether
little kids.
younger families can afford to live in certain communities.
So we're having a great time chatting with you, but I think we've given you all the guidance that you
Well, and
really
then just
need going
yes,
forward.
just to respond. Sorry, I apologize. Just to respond to the last few points on the
No.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did Commissioner Yeski want to speak? I apologize.
No, it's just, I think the idea is to go away, think about it, and come back with a plan.
Yeah, we're just telling
We're
you.
just
Yeah.
repeating the
100%.
same
No,
thing.
we'll do that. Just
Fine.
so I can make the most efficient is the one thing on the speeding and wanting to limit that, and we're fully in favor, but I as a we have it already. So with that, if for example, when people used to park on Angeles Drive, we found out about it, was a significant fine, did it again with suspension. Same thing original for our rules. All our members know with the speeding already. I can only do so much from an enforcement perspective myself. Like I'm not a law enforcement. So
Yep, we know that.
okay. And then
We know that, and we know it's town roads. We got that. I mean, we know you can't. But that's not what we're saying to you. We're saying to you, you're gonna have, even if we give you the moon, you're gonna have a problem with the community after you get the moon, because they will be, so if you can build support to come in, that's your best, and that's where, go think about it, think about what's gonna work, and come back. I mean, we're open. We're trying to help you.
And the last question on that, thank you so much. And I'll promise, I know it's a late night, is a little bit the sense from talking on the Zoom call with some of the people was within the community was, hey, I'm not a member, so anything you ask for won't benefit me. Therefore, why should I give you anything?
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
how do I, in this guidance, like, what do I do?
Welcome to human nature. I'm
But
sorry.
it's like we have a right to exist, and
Yeah, I know.
what is the way to get like
We're not
I'm
telling
willing to
you-
negotiate or give them something, but what do I do if I don't have anything they want to value?
You know what they tell you to do in sales. You find the people you can convert, you know the people that are never going to take your call, and you just stop following up with them. So folks that you can't turn around, you just move on. But if there are people that you can build a compromise with and build consensus with, you do that.
And involve your other boards, so you're not doing the whole thing. Get your board to work.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
no,
get
no,
your
we're-
board to
we're-
work.
everyone's committed.
That work.
And find
that
some.
ties in the community.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. I know
Thank
we're
you guys
not
so
doing
much
it.
for the time. I'm sorry. I know I was
No,
asking
that's
my-
all right.
Thank
This
you.
is
Sorry,
supposed to
sorry.
be 20 minutes and it was almost an hour, but we enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night, everyone. Happy New Year. I really appreciate the
Bye-bye.
time.
Happy New
Thank
Year.
you.
If we had had a long meeting, we wouldn't have done that, of course.
What do you mean by long?
Well, it's only, okay. So, here we go. Just give me a second.
Wait, sorry, we're going to
We're going.
200?
Decision. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So-
that's the only one left. I apologize.
Yeah, so as to the application of Greenwich Properties LLC, DBA 200 GA Management LLC for a zoning text amendment to section 103.1C of the zoning regulations of the town's building and zoning regulations in order to allow office uses exceeding 20,000 gross square feet on the second floor only in the CGBR. Whereas this text amendment is proposed to address a vacancy issue specific to one building and one area of which is 200 Greenwich Avenue. Whereas the commission finds that under the current regulations, office uses are already allowed on the second floor of buildings in the CGBR. Office uses 2A and 2B are allowed on the second floor of buildings in the CGBR for square footage between 7 and 10,000 square feet, and for square footage between 7 and 20,000 square feet. And whereas the second floor of 200 Greenwich Avenue has less than 20,000 square feet, which is 19,085 feet. And whereas the existing office use on the third floor of this building is found to be legally non-conforming, whereas the commission thus finds that the proposed text amendment is not necessary for the applicant, as the proposed use is allowed in the current regulations. Therefore, be it resolved that this application is hereby denied.
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
And Albin is also an aye, and with that, we're done.